Okay, session 1 or 2, depending how you count it, right? I mean, new shores. Session 1. But what happened in session 0?
Wow. Okay. So last session, we picked up after narrowly escaping death in a very dramatic fashion, washed up on the banks of a river in the Underdark, separated near death. It was a very fun time. So the rest of the party met up. We got together and started heading back to Stone. And as we were heading back, we ran into two companions, I guess you could say coworkers, but they're really more like siblings.
Shady
Um,
bastards, would be more like it.
hey, they're really good people. Anyways, while this was going on, there was a lot of interesting stuff because I was supposed to kill Cade. Didn't want to do that until some information came up. But anyways, I hatched a plan to take Cade aside while the rest of the party was sleeping, fought, killed Cade, except when he died, his body turned into something like snow and melted away into a puddle, which was weird and surprising. And apparently Cade had been dead for weeks, and it was all a test. Anyways, so we returned to Waterdeep, returned to Rufus, who has now looked different for some, yeah, because he's a wizard or something. We got a map to the surface, traveled for about a month, popped out in a swamp, which is the Evermoors, traveled for a bit, and met two wandering knights, I guess you could call them. One's a noble, and the other is, like, not an ass. But yeah, they were on a quest to go fix a city or something, and that's where we left off.
Yeah, they really didn't divulge information.
Yeah, I mean the only thing is you didn't go back to Waterdeep. You did go back to Blingdenstone.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's just. But I mean, I think that's just a. I mean, yeah. So yeah, I think that is pretty much it, at least from Callista's point of view. I mean, then there was the introduction of the two new characters, which was how they got up there, basically, since they also come a little bit more from the south, Waterdeep. So the name comes from, right? And yeah, now the last thing we did basically was you guys arriving at the city gates of Nesmé and getting that in, even though Imli with a little bit of a like, what's this? But yeah, and ominous wings you heard in the night before. But this is exactly where we are gonna join in again, and if there's nothing else anybody else has to add, I mean.
No, not really. I mean, could go more in depth about Ulfric and Randall's introductions, but I guess since it was only a session, we can get to meet them now.
All right. So yeah, there you are on the map. So the doors just opened up in front of you, and you see that. So as far as I remember. Okay. As far as I remember, no, I know why I don't hear that sound. My bad, sorry. As far as I remember, Ulrich and Randall both kind of sat down from their high horse and started to go into the city on foot with their reins in hand, basically. Okay. So as the two doors open, you see that inside there are more guards, and they kind of bow towards you and kind of offer that they take the horses and lead you to your destination.
Rick would accept that.
All right. So, whoop.
Also, just to recap, you said that the town, like the walls, have holes blasted in them, and some of the houses look like they've been raided and pillaged, right?
Yeah, exactly. So from afar, when you came down to the city itself, you saw that the city walls themselves that have kind of go around the city and are not in pristine order. There are clearly signs of a siege, right? It's not an attack; it's actually a siege that would break down these walls. Since they are like a 10 to 12 feet high walls, so they're not just like a palisade or something, right? Um, However, now that have been closer, and when you came closer, you had like a little bit more time to actually take a look. You see that the kind of the crumbled walls and the places where they are broken through, the stones don't seem fresh. They have moss kind of growing over them. I mean, you're near a swamp, so it's a little bit of humid air, right, in general. So yeah, you see like where there's like moss a little bit on the stones. Where the stones are broken, they look like a little bit weathered, so it's not like fresh um, edges and the like.
Okay.
What's the guard of that I can see? Does it seem normal for a city this town, or do they seem to be on a higher alert?
I mean, there are two guards in front, and then when they open up, you see like there are several or more. It's not that they're extremely in a state of alert, it seems. And I mean, the city is big enough for if it was completely populated, right? I mean, that would be big enough for 1,000, 2,000 citizens, perhaps, like more or less, like a few hundred buildings. So if they're like 5 to 20, depending on the buildings living there, yeah, do your math, right? And this seems to be the only gate from what you can tell. So it's your choice, it's your decision if this is like a super huge guard or not. But they are not necessarily wounded. Yeah.
Strange little amulet here.
But that's that basically. Okay, so Randall and Ulrich, you two kind of give the horses over to one of the guards that are kind of start to lead you into town, and another one kind of bows before you, Ulrich, and Randall specifically, and kind of lead you into the city over the bridge, kind of going over the Cerberin, the river that kind of flows on the edge of the Evermost to the south, or Trollmost, and lead you deeper inside the city. Now, when you get into the city itself and see, like, on this side, on the, what is it, northern side, I think, on the left, oh no, north is not, okay, it's so on the eastern side of town, of the eastern side of the Cerberin, there seems to, where the 2 is on the map, there seems to be where the barracks is, and possibly where the leader of the town is, so the countess, right? And her staff or what. But the guard leads you guys over the river and into the town itself. Now, what is worth mentioning that Imli, Callista, and also Vulcan, you three are largely ignored by the guards.
I'm used to it.
Probably a good thing.
In Callista's name, yes.
I would say in Imli's case, but yeah. So as you come over the city, come over the bridge and get a look into the city itself, you see that most of, or nearly all of the buildings you see are damaged in one way or another. Some buildings are more damaged, that you see like broken walls, maybe ceilings, as you kind of like overlook the city a little bit as you are on the top part of the bridge. and maybe some doors that have been that are maybe split in half at parts from like maybe weapons or something, but also smaller damage, like just the damage in some plaster or something, right? But all of the buildings show some sort, like nearly all of the buildings show some sort of not being well kept for some time.
Are there like obvious people living in the broken down buildings? Like, are there refugees or poor people living in the broken down buildings? Just
Not every, from what you can see, just a quick glance. I mean, you don't have the full time to take in everything, and you don't have complete information. But from you can see this that most of the buildings are lived in. So also the buildings that are more damaged, most of them are probably habitated. I mean, that's like not people living in those buildings as well.
Habitated is correct.
That's such a like a
Inhabited.
inhabited. Thank you. Yeah, inhabited as well. So and as you get over the bridge and into the city proper itself, you see that there are a lot of. It seems very obvious right now that there are a lot of beggars or something, and this is like very obvious since the following happens now. As you enter the city, into the city, 1 or 2 dozens of beggars come up to you, with their hands open, like starting to beg. As they come up, the first row get a glimpse of your company, and some of their expression changes. Mouths agape. Some of them point at the white lizard that is following you, Emily. The people further in the back are still pushing forward, and shouts and pleas are ushered. Now, before you can do anything here, before you can really react, you hear the singing of steel as swords get drawn from their sheaths. And a wham! One of the beggars in front of you gets hit by a steel gauntleted hand. Away, rubble! Do not bother, Lord Silverhand! Make way! As the guard turns towards you, Randall, I'm sorry that bothered you. All went well reclaiming the city up until the start of the summer. We had trouble ever since. And he kind of points towards the rubble in his back, right? The beggars. I'm glad that you're here, finally here to see things through, make things right. And he kind of shoves them aside, and now, as I said, like they have the swords drawn, but they're not going at these unarmored people, but they're just like kind of trying to usher them away, right? As the okay. As the beggar, yes.
No, I was just asking if Dave was going to do something, but apparently no.
I was going to say something, but I want to interrupt him. Go ahead, continue.
No, I mean, this is like, if you want to do something, right? As usual, like, you can interrupt me whenever you want.
All right. So I'm going to say to the guard, I appreciate it, but the force is not necessary. They're not bothering me.
He kind of nods, and they start to sheath their swords.
I would like to kind of fall back from the group a little bit and go off to the side, because I don't like to be in this crowd.
Okay.
So just kind of maybe about 20 feet back until I'm out of the very thick, like, crowd of...
I mean, right now you're like on the bridge and kind of getting into the city itself, right? And then there's like this group of people that have kind of came at the rich guys, right? Yeah. That's what kind of thing what happens. So you kind of fall back a little bit from the group.
Yeah.
Okay, but you still would need, if you want to get into the city itself. Okay. So as the beggars kind of start to disperse, the ones of you that are in the front see that a woman is trying to grip a child and kind of keep it from coming towards you. That she kind of stands in one of the corners that kind of leads into the alleyways. And her robes that she's wearing are kind of tattered and ripped. Her hair is knotted and hanging in wet strands down her face. she looks very malnourished in itself, so she's obviously also like a beggar of some sort, maybe, right? Now, as you take a look at this, like, and the other kind of beggars are kind of doing their way and kind of letting you guys through, the kid kind of breaks loose and runs towards you as a group. And yeah, one of the guardsmen kind of pushes himself in between you and the child, but the child doesn't seem to care, and it comes at you, running still.
What is the guard doing though? He just standing there, or?
Yeah, he's standing there, and like he seems to be he seems to be intent to not let the kid through, right? That's clear. And if it wants to get through, I mean, he's probably not going to stab it, but
Randall will say, "Soldier, stand aside. It is only a child. It is not necessary."
okay.
Ulrich will add in afterwards. Sir, we're here to protect your village. We don't need protection from the people here.
Yeah, as you say this, he kind of spits on the ground and says, "This is no child." And as the child comes closer, you see, obviously, it is a child, right? But you see, when you come closer, you see like it has like it seems to have some elvish blood running in its veins, right? So, but that's the only thing that might be different.
Ulrich takes a step back.
But as you kind of said what you said, like he lets the kid through, and the kid comes up to you, Randall, and says, just mouth agape. Also, as his mother, supposedly mother, also not very well nourished. However, the kid seems to be a little bit better in a state of health than the mother is.
Does the mother look slightly elven as well, or?
You're like a little bit further in the back. You can
Yeah.
give me a perception check if you like. It's a little bit away, since the mother is also not at the group itself. So yeah, it stands in front of you, looks up at you, Randall, and it kind of looks at you and says, "You're so big."
Randall will get down on one knee and say, "What is it, little one? What can I do for you?"
Are you a hero? My mother said a hero would come. You look like a hero. And he kind of looks at you and also like looks a little bit at the rest of the group, especially like you and Ulrich.
I am no hero. I am just here to try to help your town.
I think you're a hero.
No, we're just here to help. I'm gonna pick him up and walk him to his mother.
Okay.
And when I hand him over to his mother,
okay. As you go towards his mother, immediately two of the guards kind of go side to side with you.
Back off.
They kind of go 50 cent, like half a foot, like further away. They don't seem to be very intent to leave you alone.
When I hand the child back to his mother, I palm her 2 gold pieces.
All right. Now, for you, very obvious, and Callista, for you as well, the mother seems to be human. The kid not through and through, at least. And she kind of takes the kid and says, "Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay, fear not." And I'll walk back to the group. Come, we must hurry before this gets out of control.
Yeah, and kind of all eyes that are in the street, at least, are on your group at this point. You're the new thing in town right now, and especially with your kind of group running around, right? I mean, like a white dragonborn, that's kind of very easy to spot, especially with the head. So, as this has transpired, you're gonna get led further into the city to where 5 is, which is the 5 Crowns Inn. This is where you guys wanted to head, right?
Mhm.
All right. So this is where you're gonna head. So Kalista, what do you want to do?
Let's drop back. Try and be inconspicuous. I know that's kind of hard to do, but I don't want to. Like, they're more conspicuous. But anyways, I'd like to kind of peel off and go watch this half-elven child and see where they go sneakily.
All right. As you give me a stealth check here, disadvantage. All right. So as you kind of move a little bit to the side and kind of go right where the group goes left, you immediately get flanked by 2 of the guards and says, "Your master is this way."
How close are they to me?
Close enough to speak to you.
Right, I turn and tell them I'm doing as my master commanded. I believe you have other matters to attend to.
The servant elf running free in town. They're supposed to help us, not doom us all.
Got something against elves?
Just my blade.
Oh.
We go again.
Uh,
They didn't draw it. They
okay.
don't have their blades drawn or anything. It's just like obviously threatening you, right? I mean, that's there's no inside check needed for that.
Oh boy. This sounds like a lovely town, guys. I want to see if like he. Well, all right. So he's very obviously threatening. Ask him.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
he kind of looks at you and he's like, "Said what I just said, right?" I mean,
this is none of your concern.
perhaps not. And he kind of goes to the side, and they kind of let you go your way.
Okay.
Now, what's your passive perception?
Me? 14.
All right. You don't see any the woman and the kid anywhere right now.
All right. I'm just gonna spend some time wandering around town,
Okay.
getting a scope on the types of people that live here and what the situation is.
Okay. Anything specific you want to know?
Things related to elves and like why that guard was so racist. Like, why are they mistreating elves and specifically that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Any specific strategy how you want to get that kind of information?
Walk around, find a nice public area, like kind of like a market or plaza, and take a seat somewhere quiet and just listen.
Okay. Kind of hood up at this point, I assume, right? Yeah. Okay. Give me. Just give me straight to 20, and we'll come back to that. Okay. The rest of the group, however, arrives at the 5 Crowns Inn, right?
Okay, remind me. Did we leave our horses outside, or did we bring them in?
You didn't leave them outside.
Yeah,
They
so we
told
have.
you. They told you that there's some stables outside if you want to leave them there. However, you kind of didn't want them to leave them there, especially since, like, in the outside, mostly these stables are probably mostly used for, like, beasts of burden, more like that draw carriages and carts and stuff.
Yeah, just making sure.
You kind of gave it to one of the guards that kind of moved them with you. And now that you come into the center of the city, you see that it does not seem to be a problem specifically with that inn, since that inn has like a small stable to the side, it seems.
All right, I was gonna say I want to look for the proper stable to put my horse in.
Yeah. Now you get a little bit deeper inside the city itself. You see to the left where the one is, like, there seems to be some sort of temple. By far maybe aside from the palace or castle or whatever it is, right? The estate. This is probably the biggest building in town. But the 5 Crowns Inn is like to the right where the 5 is, and you see, as I said, like a stables to one of the sides, and like in front of the inn you see a couple of guards, 2 of them, like not the same guards as the city, seems to be like private. You see the building itself is a 3-storied building with like young ivy starting to sprout and crawl up the freshly renovated exterior of the building. So this is basically one of the only buildings you see that is not damaged like at all, especially like the outside, the plaster and stuff that's like completely new, seems to be completely new and is like painted over. Looks good, looks nice. It's not like super nice like the fancy stuff in necessarily Waterdeep or other major cities, but this is probably the nicest building you saw since you entered the city.
Okay.
As you come closer to the door, the guardsmen bring their hands to their clubs, but not drawing them, and kind of point towards the 2 people who are following you and ask like, "Are those peasants following? Peasants? Are the peasant and the circus with you?"
They are with us.
Kind of looks at the guards who kind of move the horses to the stables, but kind of look at each other, look at you guys, and say, "Very well. You can enter," basically.
Nice display back there, Randall. Now, was that through generosity or just to keep up appearance?
What are you talking about?
As you enter, you come kind of in a foyer of some sort, and you see that there are some more guards there. Not much, like just 1 more, and the guys who are on the outside, so 3 maybe in total, right? However, the one that is inside kind of looks at you and says that kind of makes it obvious that there's a no weapon policy in this establishment.
He looks at
You're
Randall and Ulrich.
lagging right now. I can understand you.
Welkin unties his sword and like hands it to him, sheath included, and does the same of his bow and quiver.
Okay.
Keeps his.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep my dagger in my belt unless he asks it.
No, it doesn't seem to be too much worried about.
I mean, it's not a big weapon, so.
Are these guards like? Is it clear they're making this expectation of Ulrich and Randall as well?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ulrich would take off both of his swords, and he's not handing them over to anyone, but he would like take off his belt and just, I don't know,
Okay.
throw them over his shoulder, throw the belt over his shoulder.
So as Welkin gives the weapons to the guard, he kind of puts them back into like not a cupboard, right? But like a weapon stand that is behind like some bars, and they kind of order them in. So I mean, that's assumed probably that the weapons go there and not into the inn itself.
Randall will unsheath his sword and hand it over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that same thing. They kind of put it. It is like kind of behind bars, like a bank counter or something like this, is right. So where like it's not easy to get through necessarily, but they kind of bring them through, and they kind of put them behind in some weapon stands. So Ulrich, what are you doing?
So Ulrich?
Ulrich just kind of stares at them and says, "I'll keep my swords with my horse." And he walks outside and puts both of his swords on his horse.
All right. And then you go back?
Yeah.
Okay. When you get towards the stables area, you'll see that there's just one other horse in the stable. The rest is there's nothing else. But it's also not that big. So I mean, it's not that there are just 3 horses there right now. Okay. But it's not like there could be like hundreds of horses in there. It's probably like 50% full, like half full already. maybe a little bit more if they're getting cramped a little bit, but every horse has its own kind of like compartment, right? But yeah, you do that, and yeah, you see that there's the guard's gone at this point, but you see that there's a small like stables boy or something.
No, I mean, Ulrich just walks into his horses, wherever his horse is, the stall or whatever.
Yeah, and put your sword in between the saddle somewhere.
Yeah, and he kind of pats this horse on the neck and says, "Watch these, boy."
Yeah, and the horse already has something to drink and something to eat, like some hay or something. So it seems well tended. All right, so you go back and everybody gets that in. Emily, I don't think you have any weapons, right? Not any sword weapons. You just have your staff.
No, I just have the little dagger.
Oh, dagger. All right.
But
And your fancy hat. I don't know if that is okay with the dress code here, but
yeah, I don't know. It's a crime against fashion, but it's not a weapon.
it's not to your worry, at least, right?
In the right hands, however.
Yeah. Okay. So.
All right. So while Erlich was gone or whatever, I will secure 2 rooms for us.
Okay. Yeah.
One for me and Erlich, and one for the 3 ladies.
Yeah. So as you as you get into the main kind of hall, you see that there's like a big hearth at the far side on a stone wall. You see next to the hearth there's a big kind of cauldron, but the whole area is maybe a little bit split into 2. So this is like the kitchen half, which is like openly cooked, so everybody could see and smell what's going on there. There's some other fires, some other cooking places in that area, but this is like the biggest thing that is behind there. You see like a lot of large barrels, and when you get in, there's a smell of good food and also merriment going on, and you see like there's someone who's singing in the far back, and things are already like the people who are in there already having like a little bit of fun. Or so you go up to the innkeep, I assume, right?
Yes.
And get yourself 2 rooms. That's what you said, right?
Correct.
All right. So one room, 1 night is 2 gold pieces.
1 room is 2 gold a night. I'll pay for 2 rooms for 3 nights.
All right. And the innkeep, a human male, very well kept, like a small goatee, like a little bit salt and pepper in his hair, looks at you and says, "Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you want? Something to eat? We have pork stew, roast flank with potatoes, salmon from Luskin, rump or rib eye from a cow from Am, garnished with some spices from Kalim Shan. Or to drink something, maybe some ale from Mithril Hall, silver sheet lager from Baldur's Gate, or Bordelot from Crimea, perhaps. And if you wish company as well, my lord, you only have but to ask."
I appreciate
Ulrich
it.
Ulrich walks up beside Randall and says, "Perhaps now that we're settled, we should go speak with Lady Terracine. Relax for the evening."
That was my thoughts exactly.
As you say this, the innkeep says, "Oh, you wish to go to the lady? You have an appointment already? I can send a boy right now to make an appointment for tomorrow if you wish. I assume she's very busy right now, very busy."
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Very well, my sir. Very well, sir. And what will we do with your servants?
We're going to keep them in one of the rooms.
Most gracious of you. Most gracious. So, anything to eat? Anything to drink? Do you want me to repeat what we have today?
If we gotta wait till tomorrow, I might as well eat. Randall will have some salmon and wine.
All right. So the body loaf. All right. Coming right up.
Or- Yeah, Ulrich asks for the strongest, like, stout or ale that they have.
Yeah, ale directly from Mithril Hall. The strongest there is.
Well, dwarven swill, I guess, will do for the night.
Well, if you don't want to drink anything dwarven, we obviously have the lager from Baldur's Gate, from the Silverhand family themselves.
That would be preferable.
Very well. Now, lady, come on, Liz, come on here. Bring them, take them, and put them on the table. No, that's wrong. Seat them, I think.
Yeah, seat them at a table.
Seat them at the table. They kind of seat you there, and this is a table with for 6, 7, 8 people easily, but it's also a little bit into the side, like in a little bit into like some sort of alcove. Not that is like close in the front, but due to the how the interior is built, every table is a little bit more separated from the rest, so you have like it's not like a big tap room or something, right? And yeah, like 20, 30 minutes later, you get your what you guys ordered, basically. I assume Welkin and Imli, you guys stick with them, with them, or is there anything you two want to do?
I'd stick with them because so far I haven't been molested in their presence. So, well, I mean, like attacked by guards. Like I can feel the tension of the people around me, and these two are kind of like a security blanket at the moment because
Yeah, it seems that way.
being associated with them, people aren't bothering me. So
Mhm.
I'm just kind of like.
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, you obviously like you never went through any human towns or cities, right? So this might be a little bit new to you, but you obviously kind of catch the tension that you are a little like you're an outsider, and but the status of those two, at least one of them, seems to kind of give you a little bit more leeway. Okay, Kalista. So you kind of went around, kind of taking a look and hiding, and getting a feel about the city, right? So when you move around, the marketplace are mostly barren. There's not a lot going on, it seems. Most of the citizens that are here seems to be not well off. Now, from what you can gather, they're not necessarily speaking about why elves are shit, right? And that's not necessarily also like a super nice icebreaker. Like, hi guys, why do you hate elves? That's not something that kind of information is not super easily attained, right? However, there's other information you gather. So what you gather, what the townsfolk speak mostly about is, first of all, their heroes have arrived in town. Some say, "Oh, this is our salvation." Others say, like, "Eh, just some blown-up nobles who think they can swish their sword left and right and solve their problems this way." Right? I mean, you hear about mostly what concerns them. So it seems that Nesmé is recently resettled, reclaimed, but recently in the meaning of like within a year or something, okay? And that now recently, within the last few months maybe, there's been trouble on the trading route from Nesmé towards Silvery Moon, which lies in the east. I mean, I can show you on the map if you want, but
Did I ever hear what they like reclaimed the city from? Or
no, but possibly someone else would know. So this would be obviously something, but that's not something they speaking about right now because they're mostly concerned about what's happening right now rather than the history of the place. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're in Nesmé, right? You see here, and Nesmé is kind of a big, like used to be a big trading city, which because everything that goes from east to west kind of goes through Nesmé more or less. Mithril Hall and Silver Moon, right? Go like this way around the Evermoors, So if you go north about the Evermoors, this is basically where you head through, if you want to go that route. Otherwise, if you go south. But
Okay.
High Forest has its own dangers. So that's one of the things, and there's like some like that the brigand attacks get more and more common, or more and more normal, and they didn't hear anything from Silvery Moon for some time due to the disruption of this route itself.
Okay. So when we popped out of the Underdark, we had like no idea where we were in the surface.
No, you know, maybe.
So now I have some like geographical clues. Like
Yeah. I mean, Nesmé, you maybe didn't hear before, but for sure when you hear Mithril Hall, perhaps not. But Silvery Moon is like it's just like, oh, New York, right? And okay, you know where New York is.
Right.
So you have like, okay, I'm in the north, that's for sure. And okay, the Evermoors are like a big swamp area, so you probably would know, okay, I'm somewhere there.
All right.
So that's information you get for sure. Now, aside from the brigand attacks, they also speak about some attacks further towards the east with people disappearing. But that seems to be not their most pressing concern right now. But this seems to have going on for a little bit longer. That kind of the farmsteads getting abandoned and people missing, but that's not as important for them right now, because like there's nothing coming through in the east. And that seems to be their main worry, and kind of this speech, and connecting that with the heroes that arrived is kind of the what the town seems to be speaking about most.
Okay.
Now, I'd say you do this like for like an hour or so to kind of listen around what people are talking. I don't know what I said what time it was. I'll just say it's like 5 to 6 p.m. So the sun is slowly going down. As it's summer, so I mean it's longer up, but it's still relatively cold here.
After schmoozing around, I'll find my way to the five grounds. Five grounds.
All right. Okay. As you get closer towards them, they look at you.
Actually, hold on. Is this a 2-story building or a 1-story building?
3, actually.
3. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And does it have windows?
Yeah, it has windows. So this is like the nicest
I'm gonna
building
go
you
full
see.
creeper mode, and sneak up to the building and peek in one of the windows to see if I can spot people I recognize.
Okay. So like still on ground level, right?
Yeah.
Like go around like on the back.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing that you come on when you go basically to the stables, you would see the 2 horses.
Okay.
With their gear being unloaded to the side at this point, since you're an hour
Are they
late.
attended to?
Yeah, there's a stable boy who's right now kind of unstrapped. The horse from Randall's already the saddle is off and put to the side, and the saddle from Ulrich's horse is right now unstrapping basically.
I'll go help the guy unsaddling Ulrich's horse and use that as an excuse to rifle through his things.
All right.
Typical Callista.
She's getting killed this adventure.
It's come real close a few times. It's not unexpected.
All of the gear that is on my horse is specifically indicated in the.
Okay.
Well, just.
Okay.
I mean, I
any
can tell you.
letters
I mean,
specifically,
there's a stable boy. First of all, when you get into the stable boy, he looks at you, and I mean, when you're up close, it's not you're a high elf, right? So it's not it's not like you're a half elf, and you kind of mask it a little bit when your ears are covered. This is rather obvious, and he kind of looks at you like, what are you doing here?
This is my lord's horse. I should really be taking care of this.
I tend to all the horses. I do them very well.
The lord is very particular.
Okay, but I will stay here. Give me
No, this is
give me a
okay.
persuasion roll.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I would personally like to attend her hanging in the morning.
He says, "This, Miss, I'm sorry, but I will keep to the horse. I will keep to the horse. This is my job."
He's very particular. He's gonna throw an abs. You know how these Night Lords are. They're
Yes, and you know how my master is. There's no riffraff in the stables. He always says. I don't know. I have nothing personally against you, but he does not like your kind.
why doesn't he? I'm new to the city. Why doesn't he like my kind?
He kind of looks a little bit puzzled and says, "Because of the raids.
What raids?
Your people."
Right. Elves that look like me, or elves that look like wood elves?
Is the difference?
Okay.
Elves.
Okay.
Barbarians attacking us. They've been attacking Northerners for hundreds of years.
Out of character, have I heard of this at all?
No.
All right. And this gives him a kind of slightly puzzled look.
He's puzzled too. Like,
It's like, awkward. Okay.
We got a meeting of the minds of Faroon.
Shit. Does he look like he's gonna stop me if I like mess with their stuff, or?
He seems pretty intent to do his job, which is kind of tend to the horses and not
What
let
about
any.
what about Randall's gear that was already set aside?
Yeah, this is like an stole over, but he seems a little bit suspicious of you at this point. I mean,
All right, I flip him a single copper piece, and
okay.
I tell him, look, I know times are hard here. Just the lords are gonna fix things. You know how they are.
Yes, and they usually don't want else at on their gear.
Okay, I'll just go and yeah, I walk away.
Okay, good thing too.
Would be a shame if you had to roll initiative with his stable boy.
Oh my lord, he
Yeah,
would
that was not gonna happen.
the guards who are stationed outside the door. Yeah.
50 guys just like behind you. No, just kidding. No.
Level 20 stable boy.
20 stable boy. Pitchfork plus 3.
Alright.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
Would
Great
they
job,
let me into
Portugal.
this place if they don't have like import? I'd act casual and walk up to the door.
yeah, they immediately go in front of you, intent to not let you in. They didn't see you arrive with the group.
I give them both a look. I'm like, excuse me.
Excuse you? What does elf filth want with the 5 crowns in? We are an honest establishment.
The rest of my
No
party is
cutthroats in here.
staying here.
Your party? I think your party is north in the woods.
They look really rude, don't they? Alright. I go find
I
a
mean,
different.
when
yeah.
Randall Rick were here, they were completely different. They weren't
I want
too
to
bad.
find like a building across the street
Yeah.
that might be abandoned or like a shady alleyway and just hunker down there and
Alright.
watch the building and the stables.
All right. Okay. Meanwhile, the feast is served.
I sit outside and eat cold hard rations.
Exactly. Yeah, so you four sit on the table, and at this point, I would say your kind of what you guys ordered is getting served, and even your servants are getting something to eat and to drink. However, it's not as lavish as the stuff you two get.
But don't look at me. I'm enjoying my meal. Screw them.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying, like, it's not like they get bread and water, right? They still get proper meals. It's just not as
Tell me
nice.
one thing. Does it have shrooms in it?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that
Are there
flipping the
mushrooms in it?
table? I'm just
No.
saying. Good.
No, there's like
Then Emily doesn't care.
it's carrots. It seems to be maybe some hair, like obviously some bread, some like non-premium beverages like ale or tea or whatever you want to have, basically.
Best that ever was.
Yeah, like the taste is like it's something different. Ah. Exactly. And meanwhile, Callista, all she has is mushrooms, right?
Yeah.
Right? Mushrooms.
Chewing on cold mushrooms out in an alley.
In the cold, sun going down, getting in the darkness again.
I feel bad for her. We should send her out a mushroom pie.
Wow.
So yeah, but if you want to talk about anything or so, you're still on the one table. I mean, so.
So, and he looks at Welkin. Tell me about yourself. What were you guys doing in this area?
Are the servants paying too close attention to us?
No, in contrary, to the contrary, it seems that they try to not disturb you. If your glass or your mug is empty at any point, they're very well there, just magically, almost. But other than that, they seem to be making themselves rather thin.
Probably not a different reason from you, Lord. You're here on a mission. You've spoken. Same.
You have a quest in Nesmé?
No, not Nesmé. Mostly now I'm trying to find the journey home.
Where is home?
South, far to the south. Below Waterdeep.
I have traveled far south to Waterdeep. Does this place have a name?
Athkatla. You probably never heard of it.
You did for sure.
I am familiar with it.
Well, then you are studied.
He says to the noble.
So, hey, not all of them are, from personal experience. So you came here on a task of protecting the people?
We came here on a task of, we have word that there were problems at Nesmé, and we came to check out, to see if we can be of assistance.
Strange that you sent you journalists and the scouts, at least that's how they do it in my order. Different methods, I suppose.
You are from an order?
He kind of moves his scarf that's very weathered, and you see like it puffs away probably smoke, and you don't know what else is there. And you see like a symbol in there. Right in dark, you already know it. It's hard. You probably don't know if you know the order or not.
Maybe Randall wouldn't, but Ulrich would for sure. Yeah, you would for sure know.
What order is it?
You want to
Ulrich
tell him?
knows, but I don't.
Yeah, you want me to tell or?
It's all the same.
Go ahead.
It's the Order of the Radiant Heart. You know, they're very upholding of the highest standards of honor and order. And they tend to fight darkness wherever it may be. Their preferred gods, which is probably why I would know this, would be Elm, Dorm, and what was it? Tyr. That was it. Yeah, I was getting the balance. Yes.
All right. Well, Ulrich, and at that point, like Ulrich is probably knocked back 2 mugs of whatever he's drinking.
Lager?
Yeah, he's kicking him back pretty quick, but and he's getting a little boisterous, and he would slam his mug down on the table and go, "Hey, I know that. Order of the Radiant Heart. Good men. Doesn't seem like the type to take, no offense, sir, but a man like you in."
Won't I get that all the time? Why do you think I'm a squire?
Ah, squire. Where's the knight you serve? Surely it's not this thing.
No. The night I served, well, 1,000 feet under at this point, probably.
Ulrich just kind of nods solemnly and says, "To his duty then," and like lifts up his glass.
Just an excuse to drink.
Yeah, Welkin doesn't lift it up to that, he just looks at you. If duty involves dying all the time, well, there won't be anyone to complete the duty now, would it?
Duty often involves dying. It's the
I
thing
prefer
about
the
it.
duty where you live.
Aye, me too. Can't always pick and choose, though. Often a duty's placed upon you without your choice.
So if you are from such an order, what is one traveling like you traveling with these two?
Well, why is one of you traveling with us too? I think our circumstances are not too unfamiliar.
We merely offered you a safe means of passage.
Well,
If we left you alone out there, you for sure would have run amok.
let's say we offered each other safe means of passage. Not to mention, they had something that I wanted, and still do. We should go find that silly elf. She's probably getting herself in trouble at this point.
Yeah, she seems very shady. I'm surprised that you would travel with one as such.
Not by choice.
Yeah, not by choice.
You're
I
so
see.
liked, Callista. So liked.
I know.
She seems to have a mouth on her.
Oh, that's the cute part of it.
Phew, I'd hate to see the bad then.
Well, that's the tip of her crossbow thing. That's pretty bad. There was an elf orc in the party. I think she has a thing against orcs. At one point.
So if you are of such an order, then perhaps you would like to aid us.
Perhaps. But there is one thing I must ask of you, if you would hear me.
Speak.
I require to send a message by the safest means of possible to the south of Katla. Do you have anyone here that could arrange it? As you can see, I'm not very liked in town.
Well, I obviously don't know nobody here per se, but I am sure I can assist you in the matter of getting this message and making sure that you are helped.
We can speak to Lady Terracine on your behalf. We can see your message sent. If it's in service of the order of the... I already forgot.
Radiant Heart.
Radiant Heart.
Radiant Heart.
Of the order, placeholder.
He's really far into drinking by this point.
Order 404.
Yeah, Ulrich says, if it's in service of the Order of the Radiant Heart, I will help in every way I can. I'm sure Lady Terracine can arrange to have a message sent at our request. We have come to save her town, after all.
I've spent months on this quest. I'll probably take months to journey down. I thought 1 or 2 weeks will matter.
Ulrich kind
We have
of...
a deal.
Yeah, a deal. And then Ulrich kind of claps Welkin on the back with a heavy hand and says, what does he say? He says, son, it seems I had the wrong view from the go.
Is your name there?
Yeah, he, like, takes
Journey
his
has not
hand
been
through that.
kind. Well, I'll be honest, I did the same. I honestly expected to be thieves. I just masquerading. Probably my time has left me a little too wary, but well, when everything is out to kill you.
On the road's wariness served you well. It seems we were both very fortunate in our crossing. For the most part. And he kind of shoots the Dragonborn a glance.
Randall sighs, and he says, you there, and he turns to Emily. Is your kind born with no tongue, or do you speak?
Well, I speak. I just don't have much to say. Not to this point.
What are you doing in these parts?
I Well, I'm looking for a cure to an ailment that afflicts my people, and I have
That's one heck of
lost
an
my
ailment.
way.
Oh, that is a shame. What ails your people?
They slowly turned to stone over the course of a few years.
Eek, it sounds as if your people are cursed.
Not by any means that I could discern. I know quite a bit about magic, but stubborn one, if it is.
Well, we'll
Another
see.
word.
Perhaps we can help you as well.
Not go there without
You're
a.
breaking up. Lagging out.
Well, if anyone could do it.
Okay,
Better.
Callista, you've been kind of taking an eye on the building itself, right?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check. Don't roll a 0, please.
There's something I'm good at. It's rolling low.
I guess. All right. So you see a figure kind of move towards okay, so first of all, they seem to be very intent to not let the door unguarded, from what you can tell. But you've been waiting for like 2 hours at this point, and that means it's like about 8 or so. So the sun setting, and the sky at this point is like orangish at the last few rays of sun that kind of go into the sky itself, right? And there's been a guard change about 5 minutes or so ago, and you see like a woman appear,
Guys,
and
I'll be right back. Sorry.
and you see a woman appear and kind of move towards the inn itself. And she wears kind of simple clothing. However, she kind of moves with determination. It kind of picks up. She seems to not be the common citizen moving about. Okay. And when she gets towards the 2 guards, they kind of nod towards her and let her in without any kind of
How is she
inspection.
dressed?
As I said, like plain clothing. It's not like she's wearing rugs, but it's also not she's wearing like super fancy clothing as well. However, no, from what you can see, she wasn't wearing armor.
Okay, but that general, like, not rags is better than most of the population?
Yeah. Like, I mean, when you went around town, not everybody
Yeah.
was poor, right? It's not like there was just beggars and then these rich guys here. It is a mix, but it is it is worth mentioning that the kind of the ratio of people were a little bit more to the poorer side.
Okay.
And what you could hear is about the personal tragedy. So a lot of people that are in here were not poor when they came.
Oh, okay.
So, like, some of them were maybe merchants that wanted to move to Silvery Moon, but then got ambushed and lost their stuff, and now are stuck here because they don't have any funds anymore because they lost them, perhaps, right?
Okay. I take note of the direction I saw her come from.
All right. Yeah, she came from deeper inside the
Right.
city, so towards what is it, the east.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, as I said, like when she gets there, they can nod to her without like questioning her or anything, and she goes in. That's really all that you get with a 6.
Yep.
All right, so the group inside. A female comes up to your table. She has entered, spoken to the innkeep, and then she came over towards you. Now, everybody of you, what is it, 3, can give me a, no, 4, sorry, can give me a perception check here.
Sorry, I had my character sheet popped out. Apparently not anymore. Do I sound better now?
Yeah, it's louder now. We could understand you before, but when someone else spoke, they kind of were a lot louder than you. Okay, so everybody realizes that the woman that comes up towards you guys is a priest. And from the sign she is, it seems to be, I think, Lathander. Let's say Lathander. I'm not 100% sure right now, but Lathander. And it's not as obvious and in this picture, okay? But the rest, aside from Ulrich, which is funny, realizes also that she has some elvish blood. Yeah. In her veins flowing. She has it like a little bit masked, perhaps with like magic or something, but there's still like how she moves and maybe a little bit pointy ears, but also like her face, the rest of the facial structure and the kind of the body type itself, right? A little bit more slim than a human woman.
Would Ulrich know anything about Lathander as a god?
Good god. God of light and what is it? Give me a second. Also a good god, right? I mean, it's a god of light and life. I had it up. I read it through just before. Okay, what's no? It's birth. It's spring. It's the morning. Dawn.
So kind of like a god of renewal and
Yeah,
regrowth.
it's life.
Okay.
Basically, it's like a life god, and also the sun as it kind of represents the life itself. Neutral god.
Okay.
Neutral good god. Okay, but you don't realize because you roll like champ. Don't realize that she's an elf necessarily. Okay.
Ulrich, obviously, like, he's getting a little drunk at this point, kind of lifts up his mug and says...
Perhaps that's the reason, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That, not the rolling.
Yeah, that's why I rolled low.
He lifts up his mug and says, welcome, my fair lady. Finally, something of beauty in this place.
Okay. I'll just, as you kind of go into that, one thing that you might have missed, but you were there, so you could know your decision, right? The last thing the innkeep said when he listed what's on the menu, right, was, if you wish company as well, my lord, you have but to ask, right? That's something he said. Just
sure. Yeah, I know.
Okay. And she comes up towards you guys, and she kind of smiles at everybody and says, "You are the ones who are new in town. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shava. I am glad you have arrived." Imli. Now, since you rolled pretty good, you realize something, and you kind of phase off as you see her kind of her face and she starts to speak towards you, and you kind of go into a different kind of time frame here, as you lose kind of concentration a little bit, and you are back and around a campfire in front of you, and you're speaking with Kate, and he kind of like this is shortly after you left Neverlight Grove, all right? And you speak with Kate, and he kind of tells you a little bit about his past, and he kind of shows you something he picked up from the poor fellow who was stuck in the garden.
Eaten by the...
Yeah, the one that Fargrim killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, from like if you remember, Kate was kind of really freaked out at that this specific person, and he talks why he came down basically to the Underdark, which is because he wants to find his two friends. And he showed you something he picked up from Ender, the poor fellow, right? And he showed you a medallion, and he kind of clicked on it, and it kind of went open, and you had a feeling at that point that this medallion was kind of a little bit of magic involved in that, but you didn't went into too much more detail about that. However, when he opened it up, there was a picture inside that medallion, right? Like a lover's picture, right, thing going on, right? And it showed three people. It showed Kate, it showed Ender without being halfly rotten away, and this woman. And this is and yeah, so sorry. So back to the tavern, basically, right? Back to the tavern. So she stands there and says like, well, Matt, I'm glad you are here. And she kind of asks if she could sit with you.
As good as I.
Emily's just like staring at her, trying to put things together in her head.
All right. And she starts to speak with you and asks you where you're from and what your names are. I assume everybody gives their names. And she says like, so you're here to help this town, to help these people? That's good. And she kind of turns towards you, Randall, a little bit. Whoops. Turns you, Randall, a little bit, and says towards you, maybe there's some information you would like to know before you head towards your meeting with the Countess tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I did not catch your name, my lady.
Oh, my name is Shava.
And what information can you offer me?
About this town, about these people. I tried to help them, but I had some gruesome experiences in the past, and I haven't been able to get back to home, and I kind of went here and got stuck here helping these people. So still, I think I owe you an explanation. I owe you information if you would want to need it. We are, in the end, brothers in arms.
I can understand, and he's kind of looking at her ears, that you met some resistance here, but I would appreciate any information you can give me as to what is going on here.
Yeah. She says that, again, she's not inherently from here, but she kind of has wandered in, basically. The primary church of Nesmé itself is they're venerating Valkeen, and because they hoped that she will bring back this town to prosperity, basically, right? And that tomorrow you will probably meet the head priest and advisor to the Countess, Jolan, as well. And yeah, she and Jolan, from when she tells you this, she isn't like they are not foes, but she isn't too fond of them, it seems. And she also tells you a little bit about the job is that you got yourself into, basically, right? And she says like, yeah, well, there seem to be a few bandits in the west attacking the surrounding area, never too close to Nesmé, and there have been people disappearing. It seems that seems to be going on for quite some time. And when the Countess tried to have that and investigate that, the real trouble started. And she says, like, it seems that Nesmé and Silver Moon are completely cut off from each other right now. No person was able to move in between, like at all. And some of the people who got attacked said that the guards ran away in fear, and there was talk about a young dragon that has been with the brigands. But no one could describe the dragon in too much detail, so she isn't too sure about that. But that doesn't seem to be the real problem she fears it is, and she fears this comes from the swamps itself. And there have been some people gone missing from town. Like there's been like a dispute of, what is it, belief? And people like went away, and there's like the people who left basically got kicked out of town because they were venerating some death god or something. But that was before she got here, so she couldn't get all the details about that. And she was kind of a little bit stuck here, helping the injured and the poor themselves.
Troubling times test the faith of any man, I suppose.
Yeah, she. I agree. Sometimes that leads to stray thoughts, to wrong thoughts.
Do you know exactly what caused the damage to this town?
She nods and says, "Yes, this is still the remaining damage from the attack of the orcs 20 years back, when they attacked Nesmé and conquered it, razed it to the ground, subjugated the people. But they were driven out a year ago or so."
A year?
Yeah, when an expedition from Waterdeep resettled Nesmé.
Is that what explains the current turmoil or separation in town?
What do you mean by that?
The local order doesn't seem to have much love for its people.
They have love for their people as any. I don't know what you're getting at. Lady Terracine is a fit ruler. She was, like, her family is originally from this land, and she was the main person who kind of financed and organized the retaking of the city.
Not questioning your rule, but from what I've seen, the local guard don't have much love for the common folk, and
They protect them.
Excuse my French, they don't seem to be very kind of your kind. I also have a friend, Elf. She seemed to be even the eye.
That is because of the barbarian tribes in the north.
So it had nothing to do with your occupation, recent.
No, not really. But you can give me an insight check here. Okay. She seems really puzzled and don't understand what you mean by the town's guard being like harsh towards the citizens.
So you ever come to discuss matters with Sir Randall? By all means, forgive my interruption.
No forgiveness is needed. I'm really happy that you're here, because I was not able to get any information about what I think really troubles these lands, and I came here to warn you and thank you primarily. Warn you to be careful when you get into the swamps themselves.
Well, there is no need for thanks, but I do appreciate the warning. Any information is most useful.
Ulrich kind of drunkenly says, "Fear not, my lady. We'll drive these foul bandits from this land."
That's what I do! All right.
And while Arlerk's talking to her, I take his mug and pour it out on the floor and put it back.
As soon as he realizes that his mug is empty, he calls for another.
Yeah, I mean, you very quickly get a refill. Get a refill on that. No issue on that.
Were there anything I saw when we traveled the swamp, or that we saw when we traveled through the swamp? Like any dangers, like she's mentioning?
From you, no. You came out roughly at the exterior, at the edge of the forest of the swamp
No.
itself, and when you got out, you basically ran into these two dudes, right?
Okay, okay.
But also, if you remember, you came from the west, and the problem seems to be more coming from the south, east kind of thing going on. Yeah. And she kind of says towards you guys, well, it looks like you're arriving at town, and I do not want to take any more time from you, but if there's anything else you want to know, you can, I would be glad if you would come by and just ask me.
Then one last question. In your honest opinion, what would it require to right the wrongs in this place?
I find out what's true and what is just folk superstition, and find the source. I don't have all the information.
Interesting.
I mean, as you said earlier, she kind of was in town tending to the wound, more kind of thing going on, right? So she didn't went out and adventure about, right?
I just walking seemed to get a measure of people.
So
Yeah.
I guess as she goes to leave, that would probably be the movement would be enough to like snap Emily out of her like reminiscing
Trance, yeah.
and she kind of like shakes her head and like looks at her and the little person, he had you in his locket. A little, she's like kind of like struggling to put it together.
Mhm.
You and
She was already standing at this point, but as you say this, she kind of turns around and looks at you a little bit like wondrous. She says like, "Who are you talking about?"
there was a halfling we traveled with. His name was Cade. He
Where do you come from? Where did you travel?
uh,
Where is he?
he's dead, as far as I know. In the Underdark. The man in the locket as well.
Excuse me, and she kind of turns around and kind of hushes away. Ushers away.
That was laid out with the softness of a hammer.
Not good at these things.
Yeah, I know you. I know your friends. They're dead. All right. So, Callista, like it has been like roughly like half an hour, 3/4 of an hour or so since this lady went in, and she comes out at this point, and you see like tears streaming down her face as she kind of hushes back into the direction where she came from.
Yeah, I noticed this, but I don't think much of it.
Mhm. What have you guys been talking about? Holy shoot. All right. So what's the plan here?
Well, I'm. Uh,
So
Randall will turn to Welkin and say, "You know, it has been quite some time. Where is your other friend?"
I was beginning to question that on myself. I would excuse me and go find her. I think I know where she's hanging.
Okay.
I'll come back soon because I wish for us to rest before tomorrow.
Not.
Mhm.
I leave. I don't take my weapons. I tell the guard to keep them. As long as Lord is here, he can have them.
Yep.
Might as well play the part.
Okay.
And then go out and go into the nearest or the closest alleyway. She's probably around.
Yeah, I mean, as you come out,
At this point, I'd probably be perched up high somewhere, like on a roof or something.
all right. Yeah, as he comes out, you see him obviously since you were waiting a little bit, right? So
Yeah, he shakes the food dish. I throw a pebble down at him.
okay, yeah, I mean, you guys meet, easy peasy, done.
Didn't know you like high places. Suppose it's hard to find if you're in the Underdark. So, have you enjoyed your tourist visit?
Well, the city doesn't seem to like my kind very much.
They don't seem to like me either, but oh well. They seem to like Ulfric and Randall, which is not that surprising. I'm used to it, you aren't. Here, some rapes. There's more inside if you want. I'm sure if you came with me, you can probably talk and get yourself in.
I've heard the innkeep doesn't like elves either. I wouldn't feel safe in a place like that.
The streets don't look safe either.
I'm used to the streets.
Whatever suits you. I'll be sending a message south. Do you want anything I want me to relay?
I need to send word to Waterdeep, but
If you arrange a letter and give it to me, I could probably have it delivered at the same time. Just need the destination. Otherwise, speak with Sir Randall. He can probably arrange the entire thing.
I'd rather not have any more dealings with that particular person. Especially not dealings of that matter.
Suit yourself. Whatever you do, don't lose the handle. I have a lot going on that thing.
Don't worry about that.
That means you also must keep your head. Enjoy the reefs. And, well, guess I go back.
Okay, so Kalista's gonna stay outside.
I want to find like a not rich person tavern.
Yeah.
Something a bit scummier.
Yeah.
Maybe one where there's less bigots. But I don't know if that's possible in this town.
No, there are several others. Like
Yeah.
there are like 4 or so taverns all over town, and yeah, they let you into the shittiest of them. You get in
Nice.
without question.
Yeah, get a room there and drink.
Yeah, it's like 5 silver for each drink and room altogether.
Right.
Randall and Ulrich, however, will need to pay another 2 gold pieces for the meal and drink.
Okay.
It's fine.
Living the aristocrat life, man. 4 gold for a single meal and bed. Ooh.
Yeah, and Ulrich, you're pretty hammered at this point, I assume, because every time your glass is empty, it's full already again, right?
Yeah, I think Ulrich gets a little plastered. And then he probably wanders out to check on his horse.
Yeah.
And I imagine he falls asleep, like, in the stable,
All
cradling
right.
his sword.
Glad I paid for all these rooms.
All right.
It's not like you can't afford it.
Okay. So Emily, Randall, Welkin.
Well, I would be waiting for Welkin to come back to...
Yeah, he returns. He tells you that his friend doesn't seem to like that she's disliked here, so she's going to another bar in town.
And she's not like... So, Calista, I mean, just to make this sure,
Yeah.
they let you in, but it's not like they...
Yeah.
They still look at you funny, right? I mean, and just point that out. Okay, sorry.
So he'll say to Welkin, I can't see any place accepting her or liking her. Well, you two have the room next to mine. I don't know where. Ulrich went, but
From
I'm
what I
sure he'll
found,
find his way.
from what I found in the lowest part of town, you don't need to accept people, just start going. As long as yours is as shiny as others.
I will
So-
have some looking to do in Waterdeep when I return there about this person.
You'll have to look deep.
Does that mean?
It means that I found out more about her than I'd probably care to know. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure you'll warm up to her on the way as well. For now, we should sleep, friend. The day has been more tiring than you know.
I, for one, look forward to sleeping on something that isn't squishy or in the Underdark.
So Randall will go upstairs and he'll point out their room to them and go into his and shut the door.
Yeah. When you get into your rooms, they are really spacious. Like Randall, you're like, yeah, looks okay, I guess. But Welkin and Emily, these are spacious, well furnished rooms. You have a big bed together, and like there's a bath. There's soap. There's like something you could wear. There's like it's pretty good, really, really good. There's even something to drink and to eat already at the table on the side. There's some books in the bookshelf. Nothing spectacular, just like some random history / romance novel books, right? But yeah. And the beds, when you finally lie down, everybody of you, they are very, very comfortable, especially to those who come from the Underdark, Imdi and Welkin. You sit down, lie down, and sleep, and it feels like sleeping in the
On
heavens
rock.
themselves. And yeah, Welkin for you too, right? Randall as well. So the three of you who sleep in these kind of beds, everybody of you three get 2 temporary hit points during the night. And if anybody of you have any like exhaustion levels or something, they're gone too, right?
Mm. Nice.
Okay. Yeah, Ulrich, you get a buzz in the morning.
Anything to write with?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paper? Sure, I'll write my letter. Just have it ready.
All right. Yeah, Callista, you kind of get a straw mat in a big kind of room with 20 other dudes and girls, lasses. Still pretty nice from where you came, although not as
Yeah,
fancy.
I
or
sleep
anything.
like curled around my stuff, and
Mhm.
yeah.
All right. So night goes and comes, and yeah, you wake up. Callista, give me a perception roll. All right. And when you wake up, 25 gold are missing.
All right.
Yeah, more expensive in.
Nah, 5 silver. But yeah, you wake up. Everybody wakes up at this point. Ulrich with a kind of little bit of a buzz. Callista without any breakfast. And the 3 others with a lavish breakfast already prepared. When you open the door, it kind of stands in front of the the door. Yeah, fresh brewed coffee, some bread, some cheese, some sausage,
Might as
No
well.
mushrooms, right?
All right.
Take
So-
the coffee and make some coffee flavored candy. It's amazing.
So you make a toffee.
Exactly.
All right. So it's like I'd say it's like 9-ish or something when you wake up. Everybody is rather exhausted from a long ways travel or from the fucking Underdark. So yeah. Sun is already high.
So Randall would have been up early.
Okay.
He would have eaten, prepared, and then he would wait downstairs for the other two. And
All right.
also wonder where the hell Ulrich is.
Yeah.
Ulrich would probably wake up early too, just not as cognizant. Mostly out of it pretty well, and he'd stumble into the inn.
Okay. Done.
You sure enjoy your ale, my friend.
It's been a long, hard journey here.
By the smell of it, you enjoy your ours too.
Perhaps, but it is best to keep our wits about us. And Randall is actually talking rather loud next to him on purpose.
Ulrich kind of like flinches away from him, raises his hand. He's just like, aye, our wits about us. I'll be there, don't you worry.
Where's that albino dragon?
They will then check to see if they made our appointment with.
Yeah. As you kind of everybody had eaten something and you kind of gathered around, the innkeep kind of comes up to you and says, "Lady Terracine awaits you. All four of you are, if you wish, invited.
Very good. Thank you very much.
It's been my pleasure.
Where may we find her, if you don't mind?
She will be at the estate in the west with the big 2 on the house door.
Very good. Thank you very much. And
Do you wish to for an escort?
that
or a
shall not be
guide?
necessary.
Very well. If you wish anything, your rooms are still yours, as you have booked them already.
Very good. Thank you again for your help.
Wait, so
My
she
pleasure.
lives like in this area that's outside of the main city, on the other side of the river?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like in front of where the harbor is.
Yeah, the gate. Okay, I got you.
Like aside from the big temple, like across the street from where you are right now. That is the biggest
Yep.
building in town.
Come on, you know we don't live with the common folk.
In the morning, I
Mhm.
wake up fairly early because I only need like 4 hours of meditating. And first I want to swing by the market area and see if there's any like food on sale. Like,
Yeah, there's some spare food. Like there's still some food in here. When you came, you saw the sheep and rough herds, right?
yeah.
So
Is there any
there's
like
milk.
fruit or bread?
There's bread, not as in ludicrous quantities, but there's some bread. Fruits, not so much.
Okay.
You're fairly far up in the north,
Yeah.
and things have not been so good with
Okay.
this.
I buy a bread roll and head
Mhm.
over to the 5 crowns to wait for everyone else.
They specifically have like sheep's milk and rough's milk, so like and cheeses and stuff like this. Butter, that sort of things, and a few fish that got caught in the Cerberus, right?
Yeah, I just pick up a really quick breakfast.
Mhm.
Sure.
Sure.
And then head over to the 5 gold crowns.
Yeah, I mean a loaf of bread or what is like a copper or two, so yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, ready to depart, Sir Randall?
Yes, let us make our way.
Do not forget your oversized sword.
So like the innkeep kind of nods and says, if there's anything else he can do for you, it would be love it to do it. Right?
Yes, my weapon, please.
Yeah, as you get out, you get your weapon, no problem.
Yeah, Ulrich goes to get his. He gets his longer sword, but leaves his smaller sword with his horse.
All right. Want to impress the countess, of course, right? So.
Yeah, I don't know about that. He probably doesn't look terribly good after sleeping out in the stable all night. Still got
No.
like some straw stuck in his hair.
Yeah, and Randall completely like bathed and freshly cut beard and hair and anything. Yeah. Okay, welcome, Emily.
I'm following Randall, so.
Yep, I'd probably grab a extra handful of like sweet pastries and follow them.
Yeah, you, by the way, you had vegetables and fruits in your room and on the table in the morning when you took your breakfast. Not in vast quantities, but some. Okay, Callista, where are you going?
Oh, I'm just gonna wait outside.
Okay, so when you four get outside, you see Callista kind of standing and around a corner waiting for you.
Okay. Convenient.
I'm okay with that.
No, I leave the I leave the town completely.
I go
Don't mind it.
north. 5 kilometers north. What do I find?
Barbarian
angry,
elves.
angry
apparently.
ogre. All right. So yeah, when you get out, you find Callista.
There you are. Hope you slept well.
Yeah.
Well, someone's grumpy.
What's the plan?
See that house on the distance? That's where we need to go to get our bearings in this place. Will you be accompanying us? Yes, we.
What business would you have in that house?
Let's say me and Sir Ulrich and Randall have reached an understanding. Believe we can benefit each other.
You think they're useful?
I think so. Well, Randall definitely has the connections, and Ulrich likes his beer too much.
That's helpful.
That's always
Yeah.
helpful. Can't trust a man that doesn't like his beer.
Trilling
No.
it from Falgrim.
Hey, I helped you when your time came. Help my friends here.
They're your friends now.
For now. I mean, they seem to be the good sort.
I don't know about that.
Hey, if they prove otherwise, there's always plan B.
Murder them in their sleep.
You know we're standing right here, right?
That is plan A! I assume we're standing a little bit to the side. I hope.
Yeah.
No.
Oh God.
Oh,
Are you just
okay.
talking kind of quietly?
As you move, sure. So, yeah, what are you gonna do here?
Well, Randall's going to the house. He's not even waiting to listen to them talk.
Okay. So there's not standing there, as you said.
So, you're coming or what?
I suppose so.
Alright, that's what I like to hear. To
Emily
an
would
honest
probably-
work for once.
I would probably be sticking pretty close to Randall,
Mm-hmm.
just because it's safe
Mm-hmm.
or perceivably safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not so much Ulfric, but Randall.
Yeah, I mean, you get like some looks everywhere you go here, but they stay to themselves. However, as you go towards like crest around the corner, there are now 4 dozen or so very poor people waiting for you, Randall, all coming up to you.
It's an ambush.
All right, so initiative. No, kidding.
So yeah, they kind of rush you and come at you and start to tug at your cloak.
Ladies and
Sir,
gentlemen,
sir, please, sir.
please, we are here to help your town, which will make life better for you. We cannot be interrupted. Please, step aside.
All right. Yeah, and they kind of, please, and you kind of try to make way, but that's like it's hard to get through these kind of crowd at this point.
I will press on to the best that I can without hurting anybody.
All right. Emily, Randall, what's your passive perception?
Yes.
Yes.
My passive perception is pretty bad.
-5.
Well, where does it say? Where does it give you your passive perception?
It's your
on my
modifier plus
sheet?
10. Modifier plus 10.
13 for me.
9.
Okay. Yeah. So you realize that some of them, as they attack, kind of go for your belt and so, but you kind of push them away and kind of pull your cloak over your belt as to kind of keep them from doing that, basically, right? But like as you kind of push through, nothing else really happens, and you kind of get towards the destination. Welcome, Ulrich, Callista. What are you three doing?
Ulrich's following Randall. He's walking near him. Not looking nearly as regal, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, same thing, like there are a lot of people basically filling up the street here, but you also kind of make your way through. You don't roll that, by the way. That's something you can click, and it just will post it. Emmy? But never mind. Yeah, and the other two?
I keep my head down and follow Wilkin wherever he might be going.
Okay.
Try to skirt around the outside as the main two are drawing attention.
Yeah. No, you have a much easier time to get through there than the two guys in their armor. By the way, are you wearing armor?
Leather.
I mean, Randall and Ulrich.
Ulrich is
Yeah.
not wearing his armor.
Ulrich, you're not. Randall, you are, right?
Yes.
Just his tabard.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, you get towards the room, the palace estate, and you see that there are some of the guards are there, and they're kind of sparring, training right now. The harbor itself is pretty empty at this point.
Well, it's a swamp, not a big river. Don't expect much trade.
Well, the river itself runs up and down from east to west here, right, more or less. But the swamp itself, mostly like grasslands, right? If you take a look here, like it goes like
Goes from there.
all the way here, right? So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. When you get to the kind of double doors, they kind of let you in. The guards open the doors, and you see like in there seems to be some sort of majordomo or butler or whatever you want to call him, and it's like, there you are. We have been expecting you. Miss Lord Sir Silverhand, Sir Fordragon. These are your entourage.
Randall will say good day, and he nods.
Very well. I assume you are here to meet Countess Tessarine, correct?
Correct.
All right. So he leads you through not a tunnel, towards a room where Lady Terracine sits. And as you enter, you see Lady Terracine, 5th Countess of Nesmé, seated comfortably on a high seat at the end of a long table. Standing behind her, resplendent in his robes of bright yellow and blue, is Jorlan, the High Priest, a man who commands a large following among the men of Nesmé. In his right hand, Jordan holds a slim, tapered wand of ivory. The tip of his hand is the tip of this wand is made of beryl. The room itself is richly but tastefully appointed with curtains and tapestries and other objects of value. Welcome, courageous volunteers, the Countess says towards you. I assume you already know the nature of the task at hand?
Randall bows before her. Pleasure, my lady. We were not given much information. We were told that you would fill us in.
She kind of shakes her head. Well, let's get acquainted first, shall we?
Very good.
I am Countess Tessarine. My family has been seeing over Nesmé for the last 600 years, although there's this much in our history which I am intent to correct. But who are you? Tell me of your exploits, of your adventures, of your skills. I'm
While
most
this is going on, Welkin is gonna like pick Caliste and like stand respectfully behind Randall, like we should, before she gets us in trouble.
Okay. Keep her in line. Got it.
Yes.
Get inspiration for that.
Just save the party from a TPK.
Wow.
The trust. All right. So yeah, please tell me of your exploits. I'm most interested. I love heroes' tales so much.
I believe Erlich was going to say something.
I was going to say Ulrich stands beside Randall and bows when he bows as well, but if you want to go first with your tales, or I can, I don't know.
Alright, so Randall will go, the Lloyd, Randall, Silverhand, of Waterdeep, blah, 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 blah. Tell of a few exploits, nothing too grand, but nothing mundane. And that'll be what he says.
All right. And what are your skills? Why did you take the adventurous life? Seldom see this.
I am quite handy with a sword, my lady.
Of course you are. Of course you are. And you, Sir Knight?
Ulrich, my name is Ulrich Fordragon, Knight of the... God, man, I'm so terrible with names of things. Knight of the...
Knights of Holy Shielding.
Knight of the Knights of Holy Shielding, Sword Captain, and Knight to the... and Purple Knight of the Purple Dragons of Cormyr, and... I'm fair with a blade, and I am here compelled by duty to serve you and protect your town.
The hero we need. And these are your squires and pets? What are your names?
I was so afraid she was going to ask this. Welkin just steps up. I am Welkin, my lady, and he kind of bows. I have been kindly taken under the wing of Sir Randall and Ulrich here, and I've been assisting them on their travels. I intend to see this town back to its former glory. Should I be of assistance to you, of course.
Very
As for my exploits, you wouldn't have heard of them.
Well, that is why I ask, of course.
Well, that was that entire journey to the cave. Months down there.
Months in a cave.
Turns out it's quite a large cave.
That must be a large cave indeed.
It is. Also there below. Met some interesting folks. Nearly died a few times. Most of my companions on the journey did give their life for the cause. But, alas, the light of Helm shone through. I managed to find my way back to the surface. The Underdark can be a scary place.
In the dark, kind of turns to Jordan, and he kind of whispers something into her ear.
And as he falls back in line, he kind of leans over to Imley.
Mhm.
Perhaps it's better not to tell them that you had visions of demon lords. I'm not sure.
Okay, way to Callista. Emily?
All right. Well, Emily would recognizes her as someone important, so she kind of would do what, like, kind of the kneeling, like, chest bump that you would do for, like, a higher up in her clan, and
You
gives
want
him.
to chest bump her?
Well, no, like kind of takes her hand and like thumps it on her chest,
All right.
like that kind of salute.
Okay. Okay, got it. Like,
And, and gives her the abbreviated version of her backstory.
okay.
Yada yada cure.
Okay.
Underdark.
Okay.
When you said chest bump, I was getting ready with my initiative button.
No, like the.
Did you add any details to what Welkin said?
Not really. She probably would heed your advice and not mention the demon lords, because she looks like a little bit of an airhead, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
I honestly don't know if it's a good idea. It's just just what Welkin would say. Doesn't mean you have to follow it.
I mean, she probably saved demon lords for, like, the clergy or someone that looks like they could handle a demon lord. She doesn't really look like she can handle a
To be
demon lord.
truthful, I don't believe in demon lords. I never saw one.
When Emily's done talking, I give her a cracker and pet her head.
Good, well done, Holly. Holly wants a cracker. And then she would like inquire, like, and what are your abilities that you've set off onto such a journey from your people into the civilized lands?
I'm fairly adept at magic.
Magic?
Probably
You must show me something.
So she does like a little trick with prestidigitation, like kind of does like one of those, like makes something appear in her hand and then does like, kind of just like a basic magic trick.
Alright.
Not deadly.
Fireball!
Please don't explode. Please don't explode. Please don't
Fireball!
explode.
Good,
We're all
good,
standing in a 20-foot radius, right?
good thing there's not the Ferez around anymore, right? Alright, yeah. And you?
I'm just a humble servant.
Of course. Of course. Well, as you might know or might not know already, I have summoned you here because of recent ailments. We have several different ones, but there's one thing that really makes me uncomfortable. And at this point, Jordan kind of goes up to Lady Tessarine, and she kind of whispers something in her ear and nods. And she nods back to him. And something that ails my people. The trade route from Nesmé to Silvery Moon. I always want to say Silver Moon. Silvery Moon has been ravaged by brigands for the last 2 months now, and we haven't been there hasn't been had any trading at all, not even a message run through. But you are accepted for this task. What you must do seems simple. Travel to the village of Wacomp, which is on the southeast, in between. Learn the fate of the squad of my men I sent there. They were led by Drexel, one of my most trusted soldiers. Then find these detestable brigands and eliminate them. Summary justice is approved by my authority. Above all else, find out if there's any further evil behind these vicious attacks. If so, eliminate it. Your reward of success will be whatever you regain from the evil you discover, plus my personal gratitude.
Balkin lifts up his hand.
Very well, my lady. We shall look into it.
Very well.
Perhaps.
Are there any questions? Yeah.
Would you have a horse and wagon you can lend us so we could appear to be a small caravan as we travel?
Yes, we can look into it, but near, like in the room next to her, she points to some doors there. She says, there are some merchants there. You might want to accompany me. They have been seeking an audience due to all the trouble they have had.
Very well. We shall seek them out.
Maybe most of your questions will be answered there. If anything more, we can speak about that afterwards.
If I may, I feel I have to divulge this information. On our way here, we did come across a flying dragon of sorts. Do you know anything of it? You've heard the tales, but...
Dragon? Nonsense. I haven't seen or heard of a dragon that has been here in 200 years.
Could have been a wyvern, but...
Did we know it was a dragon?
Could
No,
have
we
been a
didn't see
wyvern,
it.
I suppose.
No one of you saw anything.
Could have been a wyvern as well.
Could have been a big bird.
We just kind of heard
Oh,
like
I'm-
whirring and flapping, I think.
I'm certain it wasn't a big bird.
There's lots of things that whir and flap.
Well, if this dragon is behind it, I'm sure you are most capable.
I'm sure it was nothing. Just the delusions of a young squire, my lady.
Randall nods to that.
Kinda bows as he steps back, annoyed, like always.
Yep. Sounds
You're
right.
here, guys.
I kind of lean over and whisper to Walken. Sounds like you've got an active imagination, huh?
Just feels just like home.
So the Countess stands up, Jordan kind of follows her, and you all go to the next room where you see, which is full, okay? This is a big conference kind of room going on, and you see that there are like 24 or so merchants, like 20, 24, 25, 30 or what merchants going on. You see some what seem to be like mercenary guards, but they have no weapons on them. And you see also that there are some more clerics in the same kind of dress that Jordan had, the same colors, which was... I shouldn't have said that.
Got it?
I know it was blue, but I don't know the other.
Blue and yellow or something?
Black and yellow, huh? Yeah, let's say blue and yellow. Doesn't really matter in any case, right? Blue and yellow, like they stand towards the sides, kind of overseeing the whole happenstance. So the Countess leads you to this into this large chamber, which is used for the public audiences. She sits behind like the center of the long table, facing the crowd in the room, and gestures for you to take seats at either side of her. Jordan, silent as ever, kind of stands behind her. The audience chamber is filled with merchants. Their chattering has been hushed by the Countess's entrance. Scattered about the room are a few men in clad armor, obviously mercenary guards. The two large doors at the rear end of the chamber are manned by guards in the Countess's livery. In each corner behind you, you notice the clerics in yellow and blue robes. Both are standing quietly with their heads lowered, occasionally muttering a soft word of devotion to themselves or their deity. Okay? So, as the Countess sits down, she says, "Folk, fear not, for I have brought heroes to our lands that will solve all our issues, and the trade will resume. These are the most honorable Sir Randall Silverhand." I always need to think if it's Silver Shield or Silverhand.
Silverhand.
Yeah. Silverhand. It's because the names are so similar. Sorry. So the most honorable Sir Randall Silverhand and Ulrich Fordragon and their squires.
Pet.
And yeah, as soon as she kind of sits down and has you guys introduced, all the merchants kind of start to talk over each other, and yeah, there's a lot of going on here, and there's several things that are kind of getting sawn. Like mostly they kind of babble and wail, moan and groan over like lost goods and lost treasure. The guards have been killed, captured or fled, and so forth and so on. Right? Just like what you would expect, basically. Now, we will see to it, of course. But first, we need to make sure that the trade route is secure. Now, what can you tell us? What are your, and she kind of points towards you two specifically, questions you have? And you hear like the murmuring behind you from the priest, who are kind of praying, right? It seems.
Where do these bandits strike?
Ah, they strike along the road to Silvery Moon, sir. Yes, along the way of Silvery Moon. We just get out of Wacombe on our way there to Silvery Moon. Yes, and then they came and attacked our caravan. There was a tohuwabohu, heads over tails. I couldn't make anything. We just ran when they came, as did our guardsmen. We couldn't even watch back. So, for a little bit more background information, Wacombe is like 2 to 3 days worth of travel along the kind of edge of the Evermoors.
I lean in to surrender. I assume we're standing behind the knights.
You're sitting to our left or the right, right?
Oh, I thought we were standing because we were just knights. Okay. If we're sitting, I can lean in to surrender. Perhaps it would be wise to ask off their number and equipment?
How many did you see attack you?
How many? I do not know, good sir, I do not know, but they must be very tough fighters, very tough fighters. Our mercenary guards were ineffective against these brigands. Most of the guards seemed just to flee as an instant as the attack began. Yes, it all started when this old man came towards us and asked for the way. Yes, that happened to me as well.
Can you describe this old man? Or the brigands? Did any of you get a close look?
I was so scared, sir. I'm sorry, I cannot describe these brigands. But the old man, he was like wearing like black robes. I couldn't see his face. I'm sorry, but he must have been very old. He was hunched over so much. Yeah, hunched over very much.
And these brigands, what were they armed with?
Weapons.
Clearly. Specifically, what were they armed with?
Some sort of armaments, but they weren't wearing any colors, if that is what you're asking. But I can tell you, they came from the south. I am sure of it. Yes, they came from the south, out of the moors.
Were they carrying crossbows, pikes, swords, axes?
Yes, all of them and
Shields.
more. Yes, yes.
Sounds as if you were set upon by an army.
Yes,
Let
an
alone
army!
some
We
brigands.
couldn't do anything. An army.
This story seems overblown. I'm gonna look at their guards. Do you see anything? Like,
Yeah, so while you kind of look around, you obviously see like the priests kind of murmuring under their breath still at the walls, and the mercenary guards in particular you take a look at. What do you
yeah, the
want?
mercenary guards. I want to know like their stance, probably their equipment. If it's missing obvious, like if you have suits
They
of
don't
armor
have
going
weapons.
wrong,
They
like
don't
are
have
they
weapons.
actors building armor or proper soldiers?
They don't have any weapons on them right now.
Yes, but they do have armor, right? Or no?
Yeah, they have armor. They have like leather armaments, like look a little bit rough.
Any signs of experience in battles or?
They don't look pushovers, but it's not like they would necessarily be able to fight you, right? It's just like, yeah, they know their trade. They have seen some training. They don't look necessarily like military drilled.
They're not green, but they're not seasoned.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Even so, for them to run at the mere sight.
Ulrich turns to Lady Terracine, Tesserine, and says, "Milady, you said you sent a troop of your own men in search of these brigands.
Yes.
How long ago was this?"
This was two weeks ago. I said 20 of my best men, led by Draxel, my most trusted officer.
And you've heard no word since?
No word since. I sent them to Wacom to see what the locals know and investigate.
And have any of these merchants arrived within the last 2 weeks?
First of all, what are you all doing? Like Welkin, Randall, and Ulrich, I kind of got a feeling, but Callista and Imli, what are you two doing?
Emily's just listening. She's,
Alright.
Likewise, kind of trying to be inconspicuous and soak up information.
Okay. Anything particular you're looking for, or just like taking a look in and listen to what they're saying?
Nothing in particular.
Okay. Alright. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
I had asked Lady Tesserine if any of the merchant, or just the merchants in general, I asked the room in general, if any of the merchants had arrived in the town within the last 2 weeks or so. Yes?
She, no, I was saying, yeah, I remember.
Oh,
Yes. She says, no, we haven't heard anything from Silvery Moon for the last 2 months.
So all of these merchants have been in town, I guess, is like the assumption.
Oh, you mean like they went out and came back, or what? Like,
well, like whether the merchants had arrived with merchandise from Silvery Moon within the last 2 weeks.
That hasn't happened in a few, like 2 or so months.
Okay.
The merchants that are here were like primarily merchants that tried to get to Silvery Moon, but then got ambushed and kind of came back.
Okay, so some of them like went out and ran back.
Yeah.
All right.
But no, like nothing was heard from Silvery Moon for 2 months or so. Not even like information kind of.
All right. Ulrich says to Lady Terracine, "And have you sent out any scouts to find these bandits' camp? A stout man with a fast horse can be more effective than 20 good soldiers sometimes."
She kind of shakes her head and says, "I do not believe a horse does very well in the Evermoors. I sent my troop out to gather information. That is what I have done so far."
Ulrich just kind of nods. Do you know of any men in your guard who are quick on a horse that may be willing to risk their lives to, I don't know how to say this, to scout? So if a man could return with the location of these brigands' camp,
that is why you are here, are you not? And at this point, you hear from, you cannot really make out from where this comes out of the room, but like a thundering voice kind of shouting more or less through the use this through the room, and it says, "Oh great power of evil, destroy now thine enemies." 1, 2, 3,
I
4,
I jump up.
5.
Randall pulls his sword and
Callista jumps up. Randall is just in movement of pulling a shot when a giant black beam of energy hits the table right in front of you, hitting the Jordan, the priest, Lady Terracin, and everybody except Callista. Now let me get. Also, aside from you, what is it? 6 from those 6 people. Also, like some of the closer merchants that sit like more on the head side then of the table get hit by this as well. Now the 4 of you that got hit, please give me a dexterity saving throw. A constitution saving throw. My bad.
Sarah, did I notice anything earlier?
Give me a second.
Math is hard.
Okay.
So how does everyone else have theirs set to roll 2 separately side by side?
If you go to the cog.
Yeah, you have to roll 2. That's usually what we do. If you don't click normal or something, it always rolls 2. So DC is 15. So Constitution saves.
That will probably be Ulrich and maybe Randall that made it.
Okay, Ulrich did.
Mine's technically a 22. But
yeah, it's okay. So you make yourselves. The other 3 does not make it. Let's see what. Okay.
Oh! 1 second. By the way, anyone within 10 feet of me gets +2 on theirs.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Emily, you did. Okay, so everybody who failed, so that's everybody except Ulrich, takes 39 points of necrotic damage. And you see the table, in the front part of the table, enveloped in this like beam of blackness and death, basically. The merchants that are standing like in front, sitting next towards you, like in front of the table, towards the head of the table, they just fall down, and you see their arms and their faces wither, a little bit like in Indiana Jones, and in the end when they get hit by these kind of ghost things, right? Kind of fall down to ash. The 4 of you who got hit kind of fall back in their chairs, or fall over, and yeah.
Do we see where this is coming from?
Up. As it came up on the ground, you see Jordan kind of pulling the countess out of the beam itself, which then kind of consists for a few seconds and then vanishes. Callista, you can give me. By the way, Dingens, Ulrich, you took half, right? Since you passed.
Oh, all right.
Callista, you can give me a perception check.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
why am I rolling so badly today?
You just heard this when you were so like in shock, just stood up, just as the scene came down behind you, and you looked in horror as your friends, colleagues, foes, whatever they are to you, got hit by this thing, and the kind of merchants, 5 of the merchants kind of just got devoured by this thing. However, the countess seems to be still alive.
Yeah, that's what I was going to crawl over to her to make sure she's alive.
Yeah.
I look up. What the hell is that hole in the ceiling?
No, there's no hole in the ceiling. It came from the ceiling, hit the ground, hit the table,
Uh,
but
Ulrich will immediately draw his sword and stand up, obviously, and then he will. Oh man, hold on. Now I'm moving around different sheets on my thing. Hold on.
do I see
Just
anyone in the room who looks like they have like a wand out or like some kind of arcane focus in hand?
yeah, the only one who has a wand, which we saw also earlier, is
Yeah,
Jordan, but he is just like he was hit as well as he is
right.
dragging the countess out. Other than that, no one is even even
Like
armed.
composed.
Armed.
Okay.
Right? No one was armed. The
Sure.
merchants didn't even wear any armor, and the mercenaries, they just had their armor on but weren't armed. Right? You see, however, that one of the priests is now missing. Like they were the Jordan priest and the two ones that were in his colors, and the one priest is gone now.
And he's not like dead or anything.
No, he's
Okay.
gone.
How many
No, you don't-
How many doors are there to this room?
There's the big double doors where supposedly others came in, right, at the kind of other side
Yeah.
of the room. Then there were the two priests that were behind you, and the door you came in, and one door on each side in the middle, smaller ones.
Are any of them open?
No. The one behind you is open, but it was never closed.
Fuck it.
Simon, did you see what I?
take off running
Yeah.
out the door on the left, like one of the small side doors.
Yeah, but you don't find anything celestial, fiendish, or undead around you.
As I take one door, I turn back. Make sure the lady's safe. I'll go see what I can find. I take another door.
Okay. So which doors are you taking? Yeah.
Left.
You take the middle left. So there are four doors, right? The big ones in front, the ones you came from the
So this
throne
is
room-ish.
side door on my left.
Okay, done. So one of the closed doors to the side. Got it.
Opposite of hers.
Okay, so right. Done.
Randall is covering the lady with his shield and helping escort her out of the room.
Yeah,
It's-
Jordan is kind of dragging her away into the throne room again, and as you and so what's the rest doing?
Ulrich is the lady, is she like unconscious? Is she?
Now she looks very rough. Like you see her hand that comes out of her garments, right? That looks like it's been an old lady. However, she herself's maybe in her late 30s or something. Looks like an 80 years old saint or something, and she's very pale. However, she's obviously not dead. Right.
I mean, is she unconscious? Is she?
No.
Can I do like a healing check or anything?
Okay, she is not unconscious, and she Jordan kind of helps her up and kind of
Okay.
put her arm over his shoulder, right, and kind of like drags her away back into the throne room.
Okay, yeah, Ulrich just stands ready with his sword beside Randall then.
Okay, so you
Lowell
follow.
is dragging her with him.
Yeah. Okay, so Randall helps basically, and Jordan moves Jordan and Ulrich kind of you follow. Okay, Emily.
Emily is too beat up to go running off, so she would stick with the two.
Okay, so you
hands.
stick also with the countess. Got it.
Yeah.
So as soon as this group kind of gets towards the throne room again, the door is closed again, and the countess is seated upon her chair, right? And kind of Jordan kind of starts to tend towards her. Now, Welkin and Callista, you two can give me a investigation check.
Oh my god.
Okay. Callista, when you kind of open the door and take a look around, you see already that guards are kind of approaching, coming into your direction with their swords at this point drawn. And they kind of look like they are very serious right now and have not a clue what's going on.
I yell at them. The lady's been attacked. Go. I think it was one of the priests. Go find him.
Yeah, they run into your direction. They kind of running like this like long hallway. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for before. The long hallway running into your direction. Anything you want to do? Other than saying that?
So this is like a long hallway. Are there any like offshoot doors or anything?
Yeah, there are a few doors. Like it's a hallway that kind of
Yeah.
goes by side by this room, right? This long room, and will lead to the front of the building, which kind of gets to the exit. And then there's a few kind of smaller like side rooms, which would be probably like bureaus, like smallish rooms, whatever they use for. We have no idea.
Okay, I start checking the various doors and just like fling them open, looking inside.
All right, give me an insight check. No, you don't even need to give me an insight. As they reach you, they just tackle you.
Oh shit!
They full-blown tackle you and push you to the ground with their swords at your throat. And those are 3 of them. Like the rest kind of streams into the room itself.
Welcome to Nesmé.
Welcome.
Hmm.
You kind of look around, and you find also like a group is running into your direction here. How are you doing?
I stand to the side. I also give you news. Lady Nesmé was attacked. Sir Randall and Ulrich are with her. It was a priest. I'm here looking for him.
A priest!
Yes, I'm certain. There's a traitor in our midst.
They kind of start to move around and kind of start opening the doors, move in your direction. Give me a persuasion roll here.
Okay. Persuasion. Not perception?
No. Okay. Yeah, they 3 of them go up towards you and kind of want to get you in as well.
Get you in, like in the door, or?
Cuff you.
Serious? God damn it!
However, they're not tackling you.
Hey, at least there's that. Wait until Lord Randall hears of this. He'll do nothing, I'm sure. No, I won't resist, but I'll just keep looking around while they're dragging me, see if I can see any signs like an open window, anything that the perpetrator could have used.
Yeah. Don't find any of such sort. Must just gone.
Yeah, then escape road plan.
Looks like it. All
Never
right.
trust the priesthood.
Are there any guards in the throne room?
At this point, like a few seconds later, like a dozen or so guards come into the throne room. There weren't before, but now.
Okay.
Now they are, and Jordan is like, as I said, she is kind of sitting on her chair, and Jordan kind of tends towards her, and you see like the life kind of return into her cheeks a little bit more in her face, and as she kind of regains a little bit more of liveliness himself, like get a bit more animated again, like doesn't breathe as shallow anymore. Okay.
Is Jolin using magic to do that, like divine magic, or she
Yeah.
just bandage it? Okay.
No, he clearly is using divine magic here.
All right. As soon as the guards run in, Ulrich would be like, "Guards, this place is under attack. Seal all the exits.
Yes.
Post guards inform the men at the gate. No one leaves."
Can they kind of salute you? A few of them salute you, like a few salute you, move away, but there's a contingent stays in this room,
Sure.
and they will hear none about it. They kind of specifically move towards the kind of exit doors or entrance doors, if you may, and kind of close them. And lady kind of addresses you like. Nothing. This has never happened before. You must make speed. I fear the worst. You need to search for my guard, search for my troops and what happened to them. Find out what happened, and kill these bastards. What did it? and kill their leader. Bring me their heads.
Will you be safe here?
Yes. Like, I am prepared now. But if they learn that it didn't work, they didn't kill me, they might try again. The faster we deal with this, you deal with this, the better, the safer I am, the safer I feel. John will protect me. Here.
Ulrich would look at John and say, "Are there any wizards in this town powerful enough to cast a magic like this?"
And Jordan kind of turns towards you, and this is the first time he actually speaks. You hear him speaking, at least, right? And he says, No, there are no mages in town. And I don't believe that this was magic of the arcane.
Yeah, actually, would I recognize whether it was divine or arcane magic?
You can give me a either arcana or religion check, which either if you are proficient in it.
Okay.
Yeah, this was divine magic for sure.
The missing
Okay.
priest.
Yeah, you haven't realized that. Like the only one that realized that the priest is missing are the two that kind of. Oh, did you say this, Calista? I am not sure. Jen, did you say that the priest was?
I told the guards that, but
Yeah,
I
but the
didn't
guards.
tell
No,
anyone
yeah,
else.
okay, that's what I thought. That was what I had in mind. But yeah, okay.
The very useful and very helpful
guards.
guards.
Fucking. All right, yeah. So yeah, you realized that this was divine magic for sure.
Ulrich would just look at Jolan and say, "It seems as if there's some servants of the less than in well-intentioned gods amongst your town. Only their powers could call this type of death magic forward." I don't suppose you've had any issues with that in the past. Cultists.
She kind of. You said this to whom? To Randall?
No, to Jolan.
Okay. Jordan kind of just shakes his head and says, "I do not believe we had any trouble with it." Half a
Well,
year
you have
ago,
trouble with it now.
he nods and says, "Yes. Half a year ago, we had some trouble with like a small group of people, but we kicked them out of the city, and I thought we were done with them, but there was certainly no priest among them.
Do you know where they went?
No. Doesn't know.
Do you know who they worshipped?
I didn't ask them. I only know it has to do with death. This is all I really care about. If they worship something something wretched like this, I don't usually inquire more details."
Fair enough. Would Ulrich know which gods have dominion over? I'm not really familiar with the pantheon of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a few gods, right? I mean, it depends. Like there's the Raven Queen for once.
Would Ulrich be personally familiar with any of them?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has like an understanding of the general pantheon, especially if you are somewhat.
Okay, how else can I put this? Would would one of those gods that is a god of death be mentioned in Ulrich's backstory?
No, there's too many of them that could have be the cause of this. That's what Simon's trying to say.
Yeah, exactly.
You're
What I'm
not
trying
going
to
to
say
narrow it down to one. You're not.
No,
gonna-
I'm not. I'm not trying to. There's a god I mentioned in my backstory.
Yeah,
I don't know what that god has domain over.
Oh.
I don't know the gods that well. I just picked a god. I was like, that guy.
Okay. Just like I need to look up the god you mean.
It can wait. It's not important. It doesn't really matter that much. I'm sorry. I thought.
Yeah. Give me a second. I can. I'm not 100% sure who it was. I have an idea, but I don't want to tell.
I can whisper it to you real quick.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, whispering would be probably faster. Yeah. So, what else? Oh, right. What else you wanna ask him?
That's it. That's all.
Yeah, got it.
He didn't know anymore.
So, is there anything else you guys wanna ask? Her or Jordan and
Not really. I'm
innocent, I swear.
I'm just cursing at them.
yeah, they don't really take it. Like, they don't seem to care too much. Okay, so you two find yourself in the brig.
Together?
Yeah, in separate, separate cells, but yeah, without weapons at this point, obviously. So you just have your
Do they take my
Welcome
bolts
is
as well?
yeah, everything. They just leave your clothing on you.
Welkin is laughing his ass off.
All right.
I'm swearing.
A life worth of crime, and you get in jail for a good deed. A good deed.
Bullshit. This dumbass guard. The lady's gonna die and I don't give a fuck.
Don't catch the card saying that.
They deserve it for being this idiotic.
I mean, you were running around alone.
They're paid for their brawn, not exactly their brains.
Did you see that one of the priests was gone?
Hmm?
One of the priests.
Yeah, I noticed. I mean, who else would shout things like that?
I didn't sign up for this.
I knew there was something wrong. The mercenary is running just like that, no fight, no nothing. The whole deal is fishy. There's the inside work here.
You really want to stay and fix this?
If not us, who else?
Those two Ponzi lords can do it.
Those two Ponzi lords will find themselves 6 feet under without our help. And that's
And?
without anything. That's just the swamp swallowing them.
And that's a problem. How?
I don't know if you've noticed, but you're not very kind to us here, especially to you.
That's why I think we should leave.
The only reason you're gonna see the light of day is because they're here. Unless you have other means of escape, which I don't recommend.
I'm sure I can figure something out.
Let me. Hello?
Okay. Meanwhile, we'll get back to you. Meanwhile, Randall, Imli, Ulrich, Callista, and Welkin haven't returned. And the spawn, it has been about 5 minutes or so.
I think after things calm down in the throne, Ulrich would kind of take charge. He'd find whoever looked like, Ulrich's been a soldier for most of his life. He could tell probably who. Yeah, who was like the leader of the guards.
Yeah, he would actually come in and salute to the countess and says, "We took 2 perpetrators. They were running alone around in the not tunnels.
Hallway.
Thank you. Always. Dang it.
Too much in
They're running in the hall without a hall pass.
They're running in the hallways, trying to
Hallways
escape.
are just indoor tunnels.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Running in the hallways, trying to escape, but we caught them.
Ulrich will kind of bow his head to the lady and say, "I will go see to these intruders, my lady," and he'll walk off with the guard.
All right. Yeah. Imli, Randall.
Emily is gonna probably like tend to her wounds. She's like I said, she got pretty beat up in that, so she's kind of
Okay. Yep.
picking ice off her scales or whatever the hell the necrotic does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, withered more like. It's more like withering away, right? It wasn't the wither spell, but it was necrotic damage, right?
I think Dave's still AFK. He
Okay.
said he'd be right back in the chat.
All right. So yeah, as you kind of hello, right? Welcome. Kind of the door opens and the captain of the guard kind of accompanies Ulrich into the cells, into the
I'm
barracks,
sulking at this point.
Rick, and kind of says, "There they are. We caught them right away."
Ulrich looks at them and says, and points to Welkin specifically and says, "That one was with me." And then he looks at the other one and says, "The elf! I should have known you were behind this."
Oh, not you too.
Are you serious?
He looks.
Did none of you dumbasses notice that one of Drone's priests is missing?
One of his priests. What do you mean by that?
There were two of them in the room with us, and that whole spell was cast. The other one made himself real scarce.
And when we went looking for them through different doors,
These
he vanished in
guards.
thin there. Probably has his escape plan laid out. Didn't see any sign of trickery.
Now he's probably gotten away.
Or kind of looks at Welkin.
She can cast only the most rudimentary basic magic, and
Excuse
poorly,
me?
might I add. He could never call a pillar like that from the sky.
I just glare at Welkin.
You're a third-rate caster, okay? Third-rate.
You know what? Fuck you.
Okay. Captain of the guard kind of looks at Ulrich. So,
Ulrich
I'm
just says, "Oh, they're not involved. The kid was just trying to help. He's with us. The elf. If he says she's all right, then I trust him."
kind of he starts to open your cage, your door. Welcome.
Thank you.
Kind of looks at you, says, "What about the shaft here?"
If you see something with bolts in them, it's her. Magic, it's not. Not a strong suit.
Very well. But if she acts up, this is on you. And kind of.
There's
Thanks,
a few sweat droplets, but he says nothing.
Last time we did that.
We've had this before. But yeah, he goes over and opens your. Jen opens
I
your.
kicked the door the rest of the way open.
How you want to pick the door?
I kick it. Like, just
And
give
you
it a...
kick- Okay,
yeah.
you kick. I thought you said pick. Like yeah, he opens the door and you kind of like you guys kind of go out and you get your stuff back as well.
Always charming, Callista. Making friends everywhere you go.
They tackled me as soon as they saw me.
I feel so warm around my heart.
Hey, let's be honest. I told myself back when I first saw you.
Yeah.
I'm lying, by the way. I remember very clearly it was the other way around. But well, who can blame you?
What a bunch of dumbasses.
Come on now. Cheer up. Let's go shoot some guys in the face.
I hope this whole city burns.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I guess Ulrich would turn to the captain of the guard and ask him, or say, "Guard, do you know where the priests are? Have we had any reports of the priests leaving?"
He kind of thinks for a second and kind of shrugs his head. Pardon me. Speak with Jordan. He's head of the priests. He would know.
All right, back to the throne room.
I shake my head. I think it's a lost cause. He could call a pillar from the sky. I think he could leave the city by other means. I mean, there's the open river.
Possibly.
And besides, even that albino dragon can fly. I doubt he couldn't himself. I don't know the difference between arcane and divine magic.
Disclaimer.
Or Auric just says that, however he summoned that power, it was dangerous. There's no doubt, but does not necessarily mean we should stop trying to catch him.
Of course. I just think Lord Jordan will not help. The trail goes cold. We
No,
should
I
march
agree.
south and find it.
These guards are worse than useless.
This will fall to us.
That's good for you.
It would be safer for the
Wow.
party if we just left her in jail.
Considering I've gotten like 2 party members killed now.
Meh.
Like, ugh.
2? I mean, Kate.
Well, Fulgrim jumped in trying to help me as well.
Yeah.
Well, 3, don't
If he
forget
had just
the orc.
like stayed far away.
You got the orc killed
Oh,
too.
and Z as well.
Going for the. Oh, you got the hat trick already. Nice.
Yeah, she's definitely got the trifecta going on.
Yeah.
Sir, like, you should go get your arson armor. Perhaps maybe with Sir Randall. We'll wait you at the outside gates.
Alright.
Honestly.
We'll leave in an hour.
Alright. I'll go directly to the gate and probably wait there for them.
Or.
Bandage myself, whatnot.
Or.
Same.
Or.
You have nothing to bandage.
I'm just leaving this place.
Bye! Alright.
Yeah, so Auric goes to get Randall and tells him we should go get our horses and our gear and prepare to depart.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we can catch whoever did this if they fled the city.
Mhm.
Welkin believes it was one of the priests that was in the room, one of Jolin's men.
So let us question him of this. Perhaps he knows the offender.
Sounds wise.
You know the information, so you shall ask.
All right. I guess we're still in the throne room.
Okay.
Auric would turn to Jolin and say, "Could one of your priests have done this? One of our squires says that one of your priests disappeared after the attack."
He kind of looks at his hand that still looks a little bit old-ish, right? And he kind of thinks for a second and then shakes no. It was divine magic, it's true, but we don't have these kind of vile magics in our repertoire, I fear. None of my men did this, I'm certain of it.
Perhaps
Neither of
Funny.
them, neither is one of them powerful enough to wield these kind of spells.
unless they're just pretending.
Or they've made some type of commune with a dark god.
At this point, one of the priests comes in, very wide-eyed, and runs towards John and kind of grabs him to the side and whispers something in his ear. At this point, he kind of visibly grows pale a little bit and with like wide eyes, and he says, "No, none of my clergy did this, but we found one dead
Where?
in the cellar."
An imposter.
And
We
he
should
kind of
ask the guards who has entered the town recently. They seem to keep the gate fairly well closed.
And yeah, while you say this, John is already exiting or starting to move to an exit led by the other priest.
Are we under the assumption that he's going to do investigation, or he's just leaving? Like he's just, I'm done with this. He's going home. All right, well then I follow him.
Yeah, he's taking his ball and going home.
Nope. Okay,
Done
so
playing this game.
the priest is leading into the cellar, and you see that there's a more or less naked body. Like he has still his breeches on and stuff like this, but the ropes are missing. But you clearly see like around his wrist, like praying pearls, right? Which kind of identifies him as a priest. And Jordan like mutters a few words and touches his chest. And a few minutes pass by before he says, "Very well. We need to bury him. He was one of mine."
Yes, of course.
None of you, while seeing this, there's no sign of wounds, like they're not cuts or anything on him, right? He's just lying there as if asleep, but clearly dead.
So, again, because I'm not terribly familiar with 5th edition,
Mhm.
can divine casters cast rituals without preparing them?
You need to have the spell prepared, but if you have the spell prepared, you can cast the ritual without using a spell slot.
Gotcha. Okay, never mind.
But it takes a long time, 10 minutes.
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes. Okay.
It is basically you are not in fight, kind of trying to use a spell, right?
Right. Gotcha.
Okay, so while they ran off to the basement, I stayed with Lady What's-Her-Face.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of the fact that Jolin left.
Yeah.
And I say, my lady, my mother had asked me to speak to you alone, that you should have some information on this death cult that is in the area.
She nods and says, "Yes. Most of this information has Jolin, but I can give you some more. About 7 months or so ago, we first heard murmurs that the Death God had reappeared. And it was in the midst of winter, and we weren't doing so well since we just recently came back to town, and some of the people started to worship him, it supposedly, and Jolin kicked them out. The only thing I've heard back then was one of actually Drexel following them, and they went into the, and he came back with the briefing report
Briefing.
that they kind of moved towards Silvery Moon and then into the swamp, but he didn't follow them in there since it is a treacherous place for but just one man.
And do you know of anything of the rumored slaying stone?
No, what is that? I have never heard of it.
Just some information that we have that they might be in possession of it, but
Well, whatever it is, it doesn't sound very good.
All right, my lady, thank you. Rest. I will take no more of your time.
Find these bastards and kill them.
We will go.
Hmm?
With that, I will go out front.
Okay. Front of the estate? Or
Yeah,
front
front of the estate, see if I
All right.
see the others. If not, I'll wait for them there.
Yeah, you don't, like, what Randall, Imley, you were with whom? You stayed with Randall, right?
I was sitting in the throne room with my fingers in my ears, so I didn't hear what they were saying. No, I kind of, like I said, I don't think I would have moved because I was pretty beat up. So
Yeah, you felt you safe, right?
yeah. So,
It kind of hurt. I got it.
so kind of would just limp after.
Yep, got it. Okay. Okay. So, anything else, Ulrich, you want to do?
You're muted, Ulrich.
Whoops, sorry. Yes. Ulrich would want to go to the captain of the guards or whoever's in charge of the guards at the main gate and
Okay.
ask them who has entered the town other than Ulrich and Randall and their party in the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
If they even keep track of that.
Yeah, they do keep track of it. There have been about 50 or so people coming in and out in the last, what is that, 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Yeah, so in the last week, so about 100 people in and out.
All right. Ulrich asks them if there's anyone that stands out as specifically suspicious or unrecognizable from out of town.
Yeah, he points specifically towards Callista. If you I mean.
He said other than people who were in his
Okay.
party, but not that he disagrees.
He thinks for a minute. He says, he shakes his head. He says, no, there was some merchants that tried to get to Silvery Moon but came back, and a few merchants that came from the west, basically. And
Alright,
obviously the locals that are kind of come in and out because of their farm herders or something, right? I mean,
Sure.
they're not counted.
Sure. All right. Ulrich would just thank him for his time, and then go find Randall and prepare to go.
Okay, yeah. When you get to the city gates, however, you see that Callista and Welkin are there as well, right? Since they would need to get there to take a look at the books, right? That's.
Well, wouldn't he have to walk past us to get to them, since he was still inside the estate?
No, he
in the
was in the
cellar.
bricks. He was like you were in the cellar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then of course. No, well. Yeah. He would need to get past. You would need to get past Emily and Randall. Yeah.
All right. Then I would just ask them that stuff on the way out. I would go with Randall first and get our stuff.
Yeah.
And on our way out of town, I would ask about that stuff.
Okay, so you get your horses.
Well,
I mean-
hold up.
Okay.
We're pretty beat up. I think
Alright.
we should take a moment to catch our breath.
Would you say hold your horses?
Stop.
Simon, that's my job.
No.
We should catch our breath, take a moment, and then we can go.
Frick,
I agree.
you guys are beat up.
Well, I'm not.
The important people are beat up.
Right.
No, I agree. We'll have lunch at the end.
Okay, so you first go towards the city gates, get that information, and everybody is there together. Okay. So what do you want to do next?
We'll go to the inn, get some lunch, chill for a moment,
That's what your
metagame,
horses are.
take in a short rest, and then we'll go.
All right.
Meanwhile, Welkin's
Every-
just there waiting at the gate.
No. I mean, everybody is at the gate, kind of because they need to take a look at the books to see if there's anyone suspicious, right? And you two are at the gates as well, since you're waiting just outside the gates, right?
Yeah.
So who wants to do what? So I know what Randall wants to do, and I suppose Ulrich wants to do the same.
Yeah, sure. Lunch sounds good. What else would you do after a terrorist attack? Have a lunch, grab a bite,
Drink some beer.
deal with the problems later.
I mean, it's up to you. I'm just asking to see what you want to do, right? I mean, you obviously need to get back to the inn if you want to get your horse, or at least your equipment. I mean, I'm just saying this now. A horse in the swamp, not much fun for the horse, right?
True.
Well, we can
Did you ever
discuss
watch
this
Never
while we're
Ending
resting.
Story?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about it over lunch.
All right. So, welcome, Emily, Callista.
Lunch.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to go back to the inn or wherever and rest.
Okay.
Lunch. Shrugs. Go. Not gonna be it.
Okay.
I didn't think you want to turn down free food.
So, Callista, as you get into now, let into the 5 crowns inn, they expect you to hand them your weapons.
Alright, I hand them my crossbow, but I keep the bolts holstered at my side. They're sort of quiver, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have any other like special weapons, right?
I have a short sword as well, and I give
Okay.
them that.
Yeah, and the rest I assume give them the weapons as well. So yeah, you're letting inside, and like as you enter, the barkeep is kind of a little bit like surprised, but doesn't say anything. And yeah, you get something to eat, no problem. Yeah. And
We should be preparing for the journey. Why
so
here?
it is about, I would say it's about like 1, maybe past 1, 1:30 or something. So there's something going on in there, and like there's also already like a bard um, at singing already a little bit.
So, just so I understand the 5th edition rule set, we get 1 hit dice per level, and we can use those during a short rest to regain that many hit points, right?
You can use as many hit dice as you want. You can also use like 1 hit point, 1 hit die. I need more. Use another hit die, right? It's not like you need to decide at the beginning that you need 5 hit die, and then you're like
Okay.
still, since you rolled shit, like still low. There's
Okay.
some abilities that you regain on a short rest. Others you regain only on a long rest.
Right. Okay. Awesome. And how the heck do you roll hit dice on this character sheet?
You press hit dice.
Yes,
Oh,
press.
okay. Gotcha.
All right. So, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, so you're doing like a short rest, like a lunch. It takes you an hour or so.
All right, so the bandits are on the trail. Simon, can you pop up the big map,
Yeah, sure.
please?
Seems
Thank
at
you.
this point we're dealing with a little more than just common bandits, but
Well, common bandits are not going to make soldiers run unless they're green, which these guys do not seem to be.
precisely.
Well, the guards
Nor
seem
would common
particularly
bandits send.
intelligent.
So at the very least, I would say there is some form of magic involved here, be it arcane or divine.
Yeah, Emily would chime in and say, yeah, there are spells that can turn men's hearts, and send them running.
Not to mention the giant pillar of death that someone summoned. That was the work of a dark god.
But what I'm getting at is I think it is somehow all tied in.
I agree.
Common
course it
bandits
is.
are not going to shut down a trade route between 2 cities.
Did none of you notice that the guards seem to flee all too soon of the caravans? Not any signs of fighting on them, just running.
And
It
a
all
little
seems like an inside job.
a little old man seems to be a strange decoy.
Too many mysteries and not enough answers. We will need to go see for ourselves.
Agreed.
Which is another matter. A swamp is no place for a steed.
I agree. Unfortunate.
I think that means you guys are going to get off your high horses then.
Who brought the elf?
We'll walk along like the peasants, huh?
Now I know why nobody likes elves.
No, this is why no one likes her, just... She's great at making friends.
A shame. A common bandit would flee from an armored knight on horseback charging, but it's probably best not to deal with them in the swamp.
I mean, I would not stop you from bringing yours. I shall not bring mine.
You're not going to be
Oh.
charging on a horse in the swamp. You could barely walk through it.
Ulrich just shakes his head and says, "No, I will leave him behind.
Good old Roach.
Wise decision. Now a plan. I suggest that the caravan that we were supposed to disguise ourselves of is out of the picture.
I am sure after this attack. Plus, whoever was here saw us, so they know that we're
Agreed.
here. Perhaps our best bet is to trek it out on foot through the swamp and see what we can find.
If this evil is as big as it seems, it should leave a big trail. I'm sure I can pick it up.
The other option would be simply to travel the road. If the lady sent 20 soldiers and they have disappeared, surely whatever befell them would come after us. I'm not sure we would fare all that much better, but personally I prefer a nice, flat, packed road to a grimy swamp.
Well,
Trekking,
yes.
looking for something we don't know where it is.
Trust me, you don't want the road.
That was a brazen attack. I'm sure they are not afraid of us.
They grow bolder. That much is clear.
So what was mentioned by the Countess before is that her troop, right, the 20 men she sent, they went to Waycombe, and which is like roughly 2 days travel away.
It's not on the map, right?
Yeah,
No.
it's way too small.
Mhm. We should start by retracing their steps, see what happened to them, and not fall in the same trap.
And
Oh,
Wacom
yes.
lies on the trade route. So basically, right, it's like a trade route, and then maybe in the swamp. Maybe you don't know if you need to go into the swamp. Maybe it's somewhere else. Who knows? I'm just saying.
So we don't know where it is.
No, right now you don't know.
But we
I mean,
know where
you have-
Waycombe is.
Yeah, you know where Waycombe is, and that is not in the swamp. That's on the way.
Right.
One of the smaller villages that kind of is on the way towards Silvery Moon. However, yes, I agree. Obviously, you heard some like talk about the swamp, right? And specifically, obviously, Randall. But I'm just saying, I just keep that in mind, right? I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm really not.
Let us go. Let us trek to this
I
place.
Waycombe then.
Waycombe.
I suggest we avoid ambush. You two can go along with Lady Emily on the front. Me and Calista can take the flanks, make sure we're not being surrounded.
If we're traveling to Waycombe, we could take the horses. Our path very well may lead into the swamp eventually, but
Okay. but
It's your
we're
choice.
taking
I care
horses.
I know I'm talking mostly to Randall about it.
Yeah, I will not be taking mine because at some point we will be in the swamp.
All right, fair enough.
You can take yours, right? No one's telling you no. It's just your decision, right?
Plus, we do not know what that was that we heard overhead, and large creatures that make noise such as that tend to have a taste for horse meat.
And human meat.
But we can defend ourselves. Our horses cannot.
I already told you. That thing was a dragon of sorts.
Adult talk. Shh. The adults are speaking. Sit there and be quiet.
I'm just happy.
I just looked to Emily and Calista like, it's gotta be us, guys. It's just us.
Uh,
Calista, do you have enough bolts?
I should, hopefully.
Make sure.
Famous last words.
Oh, God. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to pick up some weapons.
If you wanna do it fast. We need to leave as soon as possible. There's not much time in the day left for traveling.
Would I be able to buy a longbow here? Is this a large enough town for that?
Yeah, longbow is like hunting gear, and they are hunting rabbits and stuff as well, like hares and such. You would be able to get a longbow. Yeah.
But they charge elves triple.
Oh my lord. That's why I'm not going to be paying for it. Nah. But, I don't know. I mean, I could buy one if we're going to be fighting stuff like that's in the air, that's flying, that's really far away.
Good decision. You could like.
Well,
just
Randall is going to start making for the gates.
Okay, so you take your gear. So what are you taking with you? Like especially Ulrich, what are you taking with you?
But would they have a heavy crossbow available?
Yeah, that would be like you would need to get that from the guard, but guards usually have more like they're more like arbalists, since that like a crossbow isn't
Yeah.
as hard to use. So
Yeah.
they would have crossbows as well, yeah. But that isn't necessarily something you would get from a merchant. In this town, at least, right? I mean, generally yes, but in this town.
Well, I'll let the group know that. Well, if that was really a dragon, we might need some heavier weaponry.
if we're gonna face a dragon, what we'll need is some cover. No amount of arrows will save you.
True. Mostly, I
time
just
could
want to
plan.
carry around a really big-ass crossbow.
I just hope it was a wyvern. So
So
you're
you're
gonna
not
be like,
Callista, but you're Wayne at this point, right?
yes. Silver bolts.
Hmm.
Every triple attack gets extra damage.
No, actually can hurt were rats, right?
Don't remind me of that.
Mommy, I need bolts of dragon slaying.
So you want to get one or not? And is there anything else you guys want to get before you leave? Or anyone else you want to search out?
I'll try and procure a heavy crossbow.
Okay.
Provided that it can use the same bolts that I used for my regular crossbow. I don't know if it's...
No.
Like, what I need
It's
to track
different-
this.
It's different. It's different bolts. Like hand crossbow is like this.
Yeah.
Big crossbow is like this, right?
Okay. Would I need to track it separately? That's kind of a pain.
The magic bolts actually work in both things. Curiously, since they're magic.
Huh.
Magic, right?
It's magic.
It's magic. The rest, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to do. Oh, yeah. How much would it cost?
so what do you want to do? Like, how you want to go about this? You want to go to one guard and say, "Give me your crossbow," or how you want to do?
I'm gonna scope out any like merchant shops, and if I don't, presuming I don't see one there, I'll find Ulrich actually and be like, "Hey, do you think you'd get me a crossbow, like a heavy one?"
You got some crossbow?
I wish I was playing a nicer character.
I wish you came here a month earlier so you know what she does with crossbows.
Oh man.
Yeah, Ulrich would absolutely say that he has no interest in seeing a large crossbow in your hands.
I promise I wouldn't hit you with it.
Nonetheless,
I mean, it's really your decision, right? I mean,
he doesn't have a large crossbow, and he's not going to buy one for you. So,
Welcome.
Just in case, I would like to point out that Randall does not have a bow, crossbow, short bow, mini bow, big bow.
what the hell is a mini bow?
So when you guys get arrows in the ass, don't look at me.
Oh man.
Yes.
Well, look, I really want a heavy crossbow, Welcome.
Shouldn't you speak with Ulrich for that?
I did. He's not the friendliest of guys.
Have you tried Randall? I don't think I can get you the greatest of prices, honestly.
Well, I mean, I don't. I'd rather not speak to Randall.
Suit yourself. I'll see what I can do. It's on the way either way.
Okay, so you go up, Welcome.
Hmm?
Okay. Yeah, they'll give you one for 75 gold.
I pitch in 35 gold.
I look at you.
What?
I mean, I assume Callista's not with you when you speak with the guy,
Yeah, I
right?
just like
No.
give him 35 gold up front.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but the heavy crossbow costs more than that, just by default. Or everyone would know, unless I got a super cheap price. Sure, I paid.
Okay, you wanted some bolts as well? How many bolts
Sh-
do you want to get?
Get like 20.
I was thinking
They come in,
Quiver
they
to
come in
Alpha
sets of
Quiver.
20.
He probably doesn't use it much, so 10 to 20 depends on the price.
Yeah, like bolts are not as like that's a gold extra, right? I mean,
Oh, then 20.
yeah, that's 20 is a gold.
Okay. And that was 41.
So Welkin, now you have a crossbow. What do you want to do with it?
Slides it over his shoulder, along with a quiver like strapped to the side of it.
Yeah.
And
Running around with a bow
Yes.
and a crossbow.
yes, because the crossbow clearly over the shoulder, and it's clearly too heavy for him. And
Yeah.
he's gonna wait at the gate for his companions.
Yeah, that thing is quite heavy, right? I
They
mean,
should be arriving
it's
soon.
like 19 pounds or something, I think.
It's 18 pounds.
Right.
It's
heavy.
real heavy.
Yeah, he's constantly switching it between his shoulders, and he's waiting at the gate for everyone else to gather, so we can
Yeah.
leave.
Sure, but
I make gimme hands, like.
Hands off! It's mine.
Excuse you.
If the
You
guards
already
see
have a
me,
bow. What do you need this for?
if the guards see me hand it to you, they're gonna want it back. Don't cause
Fine,
trouble.
fine.
very, very subtle, like gimme hands.
Grab your hands. By the way, it was 75. You owe me.
Yeah. Figure that out later.
All right, you lost your gold.
Alternatively, you could give me that handle, and I'd consider the debt paid.
I'd hand him one of the gems that I have.
Okay.
Let me check. But I hand you a ruby.
Ruby.
It's cute and all.
Should be worth something, right?
Sure. You sure don't want to part with that handle?
What?
The handle, my mission, and all, you know?
Oh, yeah, sure. I toss it over at him. I'm still bonded with it.
Holy shit, you fucking bastard! You will then be the cross
Like he's in his church, like I found them.
Oh, what an asshole. Okay, is it technically a weapon at this point?
It's just a hilt.
It's the hilt, yeah.
Okay, yeah, he ran you the crossbow when we're out of town.
Nice.
All right.
No other cost. If he finds out, however.
All right. So, you guys head out.
Yes.
I'd say at this point it's it's probably like late afternoon.
Mhm.
So you leave both of your horses behind, right?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. All right. So you move out and head east, northeast, following the trade route. And as it is getting evening, you have not come across anything or anyone. You really have been on your way for like 4 or 5 hours. And as you crest over one of the hills, and to your side, to your right, still you see the Evermoors or Tromors, how they're sometimes called. As you crest over a hill, you see that there's an inn a little bit up ahead, like probably a good hour or so on foot until you get there onto the next hill, basically. Just a blip with some light now emanating. As it's already dark, you can see it rather far away. It is not very clouded, so you have a good like full moon light, which kind of gives you some sort of
Vision.
vision. Yeah.
I know we wasted too much time. Should probably step by there. Can't find anything in the darkness. Hey, not unless we carry blazing torches, but that's... Well, might as well blow the horns at her.
I agree.
Okay.
It's also, just as a note, Ulrich is wearing his armor now.
Mhm.
He has a shield strapped to his back, and I am slower than everyone.
Because of your bad leg.
Yeah, he's limping. He's limping along slowly behind everyone, dragging his feet.
I just point at your leg. Don't you think that was a story worth to tell the lady?
No, not really. Not all soldiers are injured in battle.
Ask him about his ex-wife.
Don't reanimate the
I would count that as battle, though, but
It's a different kind of battle.
it's the most gruesome one.
She has a fighting plan +4.
Alright. Guess we approach. Still keeping our formation.
All right. So yeah, as I said, like it takes you about like an hour or so until you go down and get up again to the crest where this inn is. And as you step into the inn, when you are outside, first of all, this is not as as luxurious as the Five Crowns Inn, right?
Of course.
There is still a stables. However, this stables is more like of again for wagons. However, you do not see any wagons outside or so or whatever, right? When you're outside, you see in the moonlight the kind of sign that kind of hangs there, and that's you see like a perched robin, like from the bird robin, right? A perched robin kind of sitting there, and it's hard to see, but it looks like it is colored as well. And as you step inside the roadside inn, you immediately notice that there are only 15 customers in the tavern room that supposedly is usually packed with travelers, right? I mean, it's a big kind of inn. Most of the customers appear to be local farmers or artisans or the like.
Makes sense. Try this stop.
There are absolutely no merchants here. The portly, middle-aged innkeep is standing behind his bar, and as you enter, he perks up a bit and calls out, "Greetings to you, good travelers. What might be your pleasure?" As you completely survey the room, you can see that there's only one fellow of note, a long, lanky man clad in leather jerkins and green, sitting alone in the corner. He softly is plucking an instrument. Bing, bing, bing. Well, what'll it be?
You heard the man, Randolph.
Good evening, sir. We are looking for a room for the night.
Sure, it will be my pleasure. We have loads of rooms available, and he kind of gestures into the room. Anything noteworthy you want to eat or drink?
Any hot food is appreciated.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I just said any hot food is appreciated.
Okay. Yeah, we have some stew from yesterday. And some bread.
That'll suffice.
I mean, at this point, it's already fairly late, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell, Randall will have some stew.
You know, it's very well, very well. Kind of. And something to drink?
Wine if you have it.
Yeah. Sure, we have wine. The sport wine. Kind of gets you something to eat. You can sit down. Bing. Bing. Bing.
I just stare at the guy plucking the instrument in the corner.
All right.
Already making friends, Callista. While we're gorging ourselves, I'll see if I can find anything of use around here. I mean, the rest is just farmers, right? There's only the guy in the corner.
Yeah, as I said.
Yeah, I don't think I can learn much from farmers. Sure, I'll head over to him.
Okay.
Evening, friend. What can you play me for, let's say, 2 silver?
and he kind of gives a whiff over his music piece, like ring, says, and in bright like smile comes across his face, and he says like, "Ah, fellow travelers, I thought this would be a dull evening.
You're in luck.
My name is Pluck.
Welcome. It's a pleasure.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. So, what do you want to hear? Locals very interested, or rather in the more worldly stuff?
I'm interested in, let's say, a song about.
Ice and fire?
Exactly. No, that would be awesome. That would be an epic. No, let's say a song about a certain trouble in the swamp.
Ah, I have just the thing for you, the Ballad of Sakatha. And as he says this, the other people who are in here kind of, no! Leave it be! Let the evil lie sleep, you fool! Why you invite more trouble? Stick with your city songs and leave us in peace. But he just like wishes it aside and starts to perform anyway. And he says, the Ballad of Sakatha. Sakatha once was a great lizard king, said to have power stored in a ring. Our swamplands and plains, lands his domains they spread, his very name filled all creatures with dread. To build the great tomb in the midst of the marsh, many men died in slavery most harsh. His minions took all of our best for his altar, not for a day did his bloody thirst falter. Then there arose the great Count of Nesmé. Doesn't rhyme, doesn't matter. The greatest heroes in those days of yore. He slew Sakatha in the battle of Wakekom. The lizard men carried their slaughtered chief home. And now he awaits in cold sleep of death, his days of awakening, his firstborn breath. Through the deep of the ground his followers closed him. He'll come back for vengeance on those who opposed him. Now, as he finishes this, the minstrel gets pretty much kicked out of this inn. So the innkeep comes up and he just grabs his play toy and grabs him and shoves him out of the inn. And he's like, wait, please, come on, mister, calm down. No, nothing the like in here. And he shoves him out, and you see also, when he finished, the 14 other people who were in there left.
He wasn't the best of musicians, but
Fuck you.
seems a bit harsh.
Okay. Not even Gade. Hashtag.
Why was he thrown out?
I don't think they like the song Superstition. I'm sorry for the trouble I have caused you. My friends over there will be most generously recompensate you for whatever prejudice we have caused you.
You're about to have no friends.
To whom are you speaking right now?
The barman.
Okay, yeah.
The guy that threw him out.
He says, yeah, go to sleep. It's been an ill night.
What else is gonna Rye?
Nothing. That's enough, I tell you. Nothing can be more awry. I'm going to
Yes.
sleep now.
All
It's
right.
been a most troublesome night.
Balkan goes over, takes his cold stool, like downs it in 3 gulps.
Mm-hmm.
Great dinner, boys.
Yeah, and at this point, the innkeep just leaves you.
Is there anyone else in the room?
Nope.
'Cause are there bottles behind the bar?
Some, yeah.
Sure, I'll go to my room. Where are our room? First floor, second floor,
First floor. This is just like
ground floor.
Just like a
two
communal-
stories, but it's like fairly big. The kitchen is like around a corner in the back, where there's like in the middle of the room, middle of the house, basically, is divided by a stone wall, which is like a little bit warm, like warmth emanating from there.
Mm. You should get some rest as well. We wake up at dawn. Before that, if possible.
True, but perhaps we should post a watch through the night where we don't have the walls here protecting us. If the bandits are attacking the town now, in attacking the count herself, I wouldn't feel safe anywhere.
Plus, those people left for a reason.
Aye.
I'm not the superstitious type, but
I go over to this. I suggest you do your thing.
So, Emily is going to think on the poem the dude said and just kind of see if she recalls any truth to it.
Mm-hmm. Also,
She's just gonna try to recall like if she's ever heard that name Sakatha before, or come across it in one of her books at any point in time.
Okay. Give me a history. Okay. Yeah, you heard the name before. However, you're not. It's been a long time, and it was basically like it was not a history book. It was more like a Brothers Grimm kind of thing going on, right?
So
like
like
tales.
a bedtime story type, like kids book.
Yeah, exactly. And like it's said like that in the past, the North was ruled by the Lizard Kings, that then valiantly fought by the counts of the North, that kind of brought together and finally managed to kill him, but not after him amassing great riches and great power, and with the help of great wizards, amassing a fortress in the Evermoors. And this is the reason why the Evermoors are and not like kind of like gotten away, because magic. How much of that is true or not? But that is what you kind of remember. This has supposed to be some time ago. Like bad, like stories to frighten the kids. Yeah.
Okay, well, she'd probably just go to bed then.
Okay.
Cade went to sleep. Cade. Randall.
Yeah, Kate went to sleep. All right.
Kate is permanently asleep now.
Okay.
Ulrich's taking a watch.
Okay. So you guys have one or two rooms? One room would be rather crowded.
There was two available, right?
Yeah, there were.
A lot. We could have one for each. Two is enough.
As I said, rather empty. No merchants here. So you have two. All right. The rooms here are just like 2 silvers each. So.
Falcon will sleep with his dagger in one of the rooms, doesn't matter what. Rope probably staying with Emily and Callista since...
You
Not sure.
trust them more?
Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, I'll
Where are
be
you?
taking watch.
Yeah,
For
half
4
of
hours.
half of the night you can take watch, no problem, right? And the other half you kind of in trance. So I mean, depends how you want to do this.
Yeah, I guess Emily would take watch just to make the other two feel.
Okay.
Before I go to sleep, I'll look outside, see if I can see any traces of the dragon or anything, or feel anything. No. Alright. I'm paranoid about dragon now.
Mm-hmm. Got that.
Oh, he's gonna make it a giant mosquito now just to spite you.
Giant mosquito, right.
That might be worse.
Small, many mosquitoes. All right. So I assume then Randall and Ulrich are sharing.
Yeah, but I mean, Ulrich will happily take first watch.
Okay, so you want to take watch all over? Like, how you want to do this? Like, you want to take watch in each of the rooms all
No, I
through the
think
night?
I think Ulrich just because it's like a one story inn. I think Ulrich just sits in the common room, just like sharpening his sword.
Okay, so you're sitting downstairs while upstairs your friends sleep?
I thought it was a one story.
Yeah, it's like the ground level where there's eating and stuff, and then the top, like one stairs
Okay.
up where there's.
Can I? I mean, as long as I can see the stairs going up from the common room, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Just sit down there.
All right.
Yep.
So you take your turn, half of the night, Callista's taking watch, everything goes by. Uneventful. And in the morning, you get like a rough, like, awakening by the innkeep, who basically gives you some very basic like lunch, like oatmeal or something like this, right?
Mhm.
To take your breakfast, and then he ushers you basically out.
Sure. I pay him. I'm not sure how much it is.
Yeah, as I said, two silver pieces. Okay. And
Alright. Let's see if we can make up for lost time.
Yep. Let's go.
okay. So you make your way through the day, and yeah, you see to your right still is the Evermoors, right? Since you're basically like following the outlines of the Evermoors itself. About 2 to 3 hours into your travels, it is Moors, but that doesn't mean that it's like what you would expect from like comics or something, where it's just like mud everywhere. It's basically like the same as you would like, I don't know if you're familiar with like Moors. That is still like, there's still like hills there and vast grasslands, but the issue with it is like there's also like a lot of water, and maybe somewhere where the grass kind of just like where you can get stuck. That's like, it's treacherous terrain basically, right? That's the issue. And yeah, it kind of, as you follow it like a few hours, and yesterday when it was still like where there was still light, it's the Evermoors seem to be rather hilly for a moor. Okay, so that's like something that catches your attention, and like to 10 to 11, 12 o'clock or so, you come across like a Stonehenge to your left, but there doesn't seem to be anyone there. However, you see this is like human crafted, at least, right?
Any signs of recent passage there?
I mean, it's a little bit to the side. It's not on the.
I suggest we check it.
Yeah.
If these are members of a divine, that could be one of their sites.
Perhaps.
Okay, so you go over. It takes you about like 10 minutes or so to get there. Yeah, when you get there, this is very overgrown by the by plant life in general. And when you get into the Stonehenge itself, in the middle of it, there is like a small there's like a bigger rock that seems to be some sort of shrine or something like this. The religious, actually, Emily, you can give me a intelligence check. Intelligence in religion, if you are proficient with that. So if you're proficient in religion, you can add your proficiency modifier.
Indeed.
It's religion anyway. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, 11. This is a site of like druidic worship, not necessarily to a specific god, like Millenni? Milili? I don't know.
Malil?
I don't know who the god is.
Oh, you're talking about Maleki.
Mileki, thank you. Mileki, maybe perhaps or something, but it's not specifically like venerating one god. It's more like a place for druidic worshipping, meeting, rituals and rites, that sort of stuff.
Any signs of recent use here?
Give me an investigation. No, there don't seem to be any signs really. The middle, there's the grass or so. It's gone in the middle. It's like basically dirt ground, which is like maybe walked over or cleared or something, but not necessarily any signs of worshipping recently, at least. What's your favorite terrain?
Not here.
Okay.
You didn't pick swamp as your favorite terrain?
This wouldn't be swamp. This is more like grasslands. Since this is not in the swamp, but like you're just at the crest of it, right? So your right swamp, to your left like grassland and the hills.
Right.
More like going on. Right.
Well, it seems that this
Well, what is it?
Seems to be some kind of religious site, but doesn't seem to have been used recently. I think we should
Ritually.
not.
Maybe
Well,
some
if it-
melas or something, right? I mean that sort of stuff.
If it hasn't seen a recent use, I don't think this is our mark. Anything else you want to do? Otherwise, I think we should resume our travels.
I take a moment while they're, investigating it to search for tracks around the area.
Okay, give me an investigation check. Yeah, that tracks. You find tracks of like deer, some hare tracks. Find some
Human.
berries that probably are edible. Humans, no.
Alright.
There's one still right up to Welkin.
You find when you take a look behind you, there are tracks of a humanoid. No.
Oh man.
You're being candid.
I think we should get
They're
going.
directly behind you. Yeah, no humanoid tracks. As I said, like there are actually a few, surprisingly many tracks when you get into the dirt kind of place in the Stonehenge itself, right? In the middle of it, there are surprisingly many tracks of wildlife, but it is wildlife.
Yeah.
Damn shape-shifting droid. Alright, we should carry on. If Talidinath here. Then Welkin
I agree.
gets back to the road.
Onwards we go.
Okay. So I mean, this took you like half an hour or so back and forth, and a little bit like searching, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, you make your way further, and you come across like one of the places where there's a bridge ahead, which kind of one of the side arms of the, what is it called, submarine or something, right? It leads into the swamp itself, and there's a bridge over, and you see like the grassland behind it. So yeah, you make your way there, and what's your passive perception? I have 14 on Callista, right?
15?
15 on you. Okay.
13 on Randall.
9.
Oh, nice.
Ulfric. Nothing escapes Ulfric.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on
As
par
you
with
are
Ulfric.
as you are in the middle of the bridge itself, you suddenly see, like some of you see some movement in the water, and before anybody can really react, you see that the movement in the water, there's like creatures coming out, humanoid creatures, lizard folk, and everybody please give me initiative here. Now everybody above a 12 with a passive perception is not surprised. However, I fear everybody else is.
How do I do a
Tokens.
token?
Where are the tokens at?
Top. Oh, right. You're not on my map. Sorry. Yeah. Well, I need to go to another map then. You're on the big. I can add you. I'll just put you where you are with your group-ish kind of going on there. Meow, 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 meow. Sorry. I already was
How
on
far
the
away
next
is
map.
this river from where we are?
You are in the middle, on the middle of the bridge right now.
Oh, so they're...
Wait, that's two randoms. That's wrong.
I assume they're popping from all sides, right?
Yeah. So okay. So here's the thing. This is like a bridge, like a stone bridge actually that has like this arc kind of form, right?
Mhm.
And they're coming like out of the water, basically towards you guys. So now you should be able to. Okay, good. Sorry, I didn't had like I already was on the next map. That's why.
Still don't see tokens.
You're on the map.
I'm on the main map.
If you go to like where we are geographically.
Oh, okay. I was way zoomed out. Thank you.
Yeah, you can move your party. That's right. So I mean. Okay, so no, listen. Oh, that's okay. First 20 of the night.
Damn.
Been rolling really low today.
It's okay, they have a -3 initiative.
Oh.
Okay, so as I said, surprise round basically, which means the ones that are surprised will be able to do something this round. In the surprise round itself, everybody has just an action, no movement, just an action. Okay.
So on this first round, just an action.
This is the surprise round, which says everybody has just an action, and then the normal rounds, which will follow afterwards, everybody usually. That's how it is handled, right? That is what a surprise is.
Okay.
Does. And since the ones that are not surprised will basically act in the surprise round. Okay?
All right.
Okay, so again, basically, the ones that everybody can count, right? Or just like, like these are about 24 or so lizard folk that came out jumping out of the water. They were kind of hiding under some shelf, some in between the grasses that kind of are in the water itself, and jumped out. Some of them have like shields and like clubs. Others have javelins, but in like no one is really wearing any armor or colors or the like. So yeah.
All right.
and-
Here's a question.
Mhm.
Can I hold my action on a surprise round?
You can hold your action until,
Yeah.
as usual, right? Hold your
Okay.
action until you want to. You do want to do what? And you
I have to specify like a trigger for it.
when
Yeah.
exactly. And also, you do not have a reaction on the surprise round, so you could just start your stuff on your next round, which doesn't make sense for you since you start next round, and then it would just like be gone.
Okay.
Because
So I
you're the first.
So I want to hold the attack action until they like come around the corner and start like coming from us.
Okay. Again.
At us.
You have no reaction in the surprise round, just when it turns to the normal round, and then it will be your turn.
Okay.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
All right. So we're kind of like in the middle of the bridge,
Yeah,
right?
you're right in the middle of the bridge.
And they're coming out from the banks of the river. So
Yeah.
once they like come onto the bridge,
So you want to hold your action even though it does not make sense.
well, I mean, they're presumably going to do something, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But you can't do anything by holding your action.
Well, can I see them from here? Like, I don't know if I can actually.
Yeah,
Oh.
you can see them.
Oh. Okay. I thought they were like under us.
No,
Right,
it's
in that
not
case-
like a 30 feet wide and. Okay, so the bridge is about 30 feet wide and 100 feet long or so. But you see them from that's why you reacted. They were also like hiding underneath the bridge itself, right?
Okay.
And coming across, and you just saw them, and heard them basically. They see you. This is when you react.
And they definitely seem aggressive. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot one twice. Whichever is closest and looks like. Yeah, whichever is closest.
Got it.
So 2 shots.
Okay. Both hit. Against
All
the same one, right?
Yeah.
All right. Got it. Just need to set up the hit points here really quick so I can. Okay, so you're shooting one in front or one behind you?
Assuming they're within like 30 feet, which is.
It's
range.
the thing is 30 feet wide, but 100 feet long.
All right.
So you're in the middle, like 60 feet right in both directions.
Okay.
So before, in front or behind?
Behind.
All right. 2 bullets go into it. And he looks like, he goes down to one knee as you hit him in the shoulder and one in the abdomen. And he goes down to one knee, but stands up again and continues coming. All right, welcome. You're next.
All right. Is Zimli in a safe position at the moment?
Imli is behind you. Like she's usually what you say. She's the last one, and you're you're the one in front, right? That's what you say.
Are any of them coming like up behind us on the bridge or right
They're
next to
coming from all
us?
sides. How far is the closest from Imli?
60 or so feet.
Okay. I'll take my bow and I'll aim at the one that Callista shot.
Yeah.
And I'll try to put him down.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how you want? No, it's not a hit. Sorry, 30. No, no.
Okay. The first arrow goes slightly to the side as he falls on the knee. The second one.
Okay.
Hits him across for 14 damage.
All right. Yeah, 14 damage is enough.
Yeah, the second one gets him on the neck and he goes as he
Yeah.
falls back.
And he
And I
falls
just
over.
Take a few
Just-
steps, like trying to cover for Emily.
Yeah, it just stood up again and then in the face. And no, second time is enough. He goes down.
Form a line!
All right. So now they kind of start, like they're not moving mechanically speaking, right? But start streaming onto the bridge. And as I said, like 24 or so all together that are coming at you. Like it's like you just don't know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? When it's so many people. And some of them have javelins. As half of them or so like are start moving in towards you, and the other half like throw the javelins at you. Now let's see whom they throw that against. Actually, need to. So first one is Ulrich. I'll do it a little bit different. So Ulrich, first attack. That is a 19.
Because I do not have my shield, that will hit.
All right. In that case, that will be 3 points of piercing. Then another one, Ulrich, for another 19. For again 3 points of piercing. And Randall for 19.
Miss.
All right. So Ulrich takes two javelins. 1, 2 in. They barely manage.
I don't
They
actually
barely
take any damage. Those
You
are
don't.
piercing.
Yeah, I know.
They're both reduced by 3.
I know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Still,
okay.
you're getting it. They barely manage to pierce the armor, but like due to your under armor, you're actually fine. And Randall, you just like deflect, like just react fast enough to deflect it with your sword. No, that's 3, 4. That's number 3. Emily, for 18.
That hits.
For 6 points of piercing. Callista for 19.
Yeah, that hits.
For 3 points of damage. That's a miss. Oh, that's a crit. Welkin.
Oh, of course.
Oh! Oh! For 16 points of piercing damage, as this thing hits you right in the groin.
Are you serious?
Yes. Right in the groin. It just like that move just flies by your armor and just
I
like
hate you.
shunk in the groin.
I hate you.
So that might be hit as well. Welcome, as you bow down to get another one in your shoulder, for another 4 points of damage. That might be a hit as well. And for 18, AC 18, Welcome.
Yes.
And in your other shoulder, another 8 points. That's 9. That's a miss. And last one, that's a miss. All right. As the rest is actually using their action as movement and moving up towards you in your direction. Emily, I don't think your passive perception is high enough.
Nope, I don't. I got a 9.
Ulfric, not as well. Randall, how are you looking?
Yeah, it's a 13.
Okay, so I said what 10, right?
Yeah,
12,
you said 10. So
12, 10. Yeah, okay. Go. Okay, so you have your action. They are not in melee yet, but they are halfway across. Since 60 feet, 30 feet.
I am going to position myself between them and the party, and I will ready my action for the first one that comes up to me.
Okay, so if you want to move, you move. If you want to
Yes.
ready action. Okay,
I
so
move to position myself between them and the party.
you have just an action. You have no movement.
Oh. Well, then I ain't doing anything but preparing an action in case somebody comes to me before I can move.
Okay, so you are in the front.
Ready to attack, yeah.
Okay, got it. So now round 1 starts. Callista.
Alright, so you said they kind of split.
Yeah, Emily, it's correct. They came from mostly under the bridge and through the sides into both things, and then coming from both sides onto the bridge, right? So their forces are more or less split in two, but you're in the middle on the bridge.
Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to cast a spell with a 10-foot radius. Would it hit us as well if I, like, get most of them?
They are like 30 feet, like the nearest
Alright.
one are 30 feet away from you right now.
Okay, I aim at a big cluster of them, and I cast that.
Okay. There are like 5 coming from front, 5 coming from the back, and then there are like 10 more on each. No, 5 more on each end, which are through their javelins, right? That's what
I
happened.
want to aim at the javelin people.
Okay, in front or behind?
Let's go in front.
Okay.
So
that's what, 10 feet?
it's a 10-foot radius sphere.
Okay, of the 5 people, I'd say you can hit 3. All right.
Okay. So Constitution savings are DC 14.
All right. See, is there any cool things? No. Okay. So 1 fail, another 20, by the way. 2 fails, 1 success.
All right, so 15 on the 2 fails and half on
Yep.
success.
Okay, so as you stand there, everybody, you see the bridge at the edge where they're standing just explode, and like 2 of them pierce them with loads of shrapnel, basically. The other one just barely managed to bring up his arm, which is still severely injured, but this one is still alive. The others 2 just fall over backwards, dead.
I turn to Welkin and I say, third rate caster, huh?
I'm in pain right now.
Okay. So that's my action.
Yes.
I don't know how to cast spells apparently. I don't think I have a bonus action. Yeah, and then I'll move to kind of like Ulrich and Randall are on one side, and I want to go like on the opposite side of them so that we kind of form up.
Okay, I would say Ulrich and Randall are in front,
All right.
and you and Welkin were behind, and Emily was in the middle. That's what she said, right? So.
Okay, yeah, I just kind of square up with Welkin to form a line.
Okay. Yeah. He's crumbled over right now. So, how is it?
It's bad. Like, the ones in the shoulder glanced off, so they didn't dig in. But
Exactly.
He looks over. Thankfully, it missed the important bits, both of them, which is great.
Yeah, but still went deep into the leg itself. It might have pierced like an artery, so you're bleeding
Yeah, I
profusely.
break it off and leave the tip in. Not great.
Yeah.
You'll pay for that. Watch how it's done. We land on this side, and he kind of lifts up his arm and punches the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And as he does, you will see like moss and herbs grow on the bridge,
All right.
and I cover our back.
All right. So if they move through it, they take damage, right?
Yes.
Every 5 feet. Okay.
It's also difficult terrain, so half speed.
Okay.
20-foot radius, so 40
Oh,
feet
that's
long.
40 feet. Oh wow. They already stand in it then. In that case, right?
Yes, that's the point.
Okay.
And then he falls to the side and goes prone. Ugh!
Okay. Okay.
I'll take probably cover by the side of the bridge where there's a railing, so I can get some better cover, and I'll stay prone, so they
Yeah, I
can't
mean,
hit me as easily.
Okay, the thing is, they're not on the sides of the bridge, right? And the bridge railing goes this way, but if you're this way, there's not a lot of cover you have,
Yes,
right?
yes, but at least from the side, right? I get something.
Yeah, totally. I'm just saying, like, they are mostly in the front and in the back of the entrances of the bridge, right?
I still go
Okay.
prone to make myself a lower target, and I begin getting back my shield, but I don't think I can get it. So,
Yeah.
next
Yeah.
time.
Okay, at this point, the 5 who are coming from the front arrive with the two of you, which is one of which is Randall, right?
Do I get my ready to attack?
Exactly. If you want to take it, it's your reaction. Okay, yeah, you hit him.
Alright, so Randall's braced with his sword and shield, and the first lizard gets close, Randall lashes out with his sword and gets a slash across his chest.
Yeah, but he just grins at you and pummels back. So I'd say, let's see. Okay, so there are 3 on Ulrich and 1. There are 3 on Ulrich and 2 on you. Okay, so Randall first. 1 for 19 and 1 clear miss.
Miss.
All right, he comes for another attack. 121 and 1 clear miss.
21 hits.
All right. So they attack you with a barrage of attacks hiding behind their shield, and one of them manages to hit you for 7 points of bludgeoning damage when he hits you with a club. Ulrich, 3 of them against you. 123, 121,
Hit.
120 and 1 miss, and 121 and 1 miss. So that's 5 hits. Ooh.
I counted 4.
4? Yeah, you're right. You're right. 2 misses, 4 hits. That's still pretty awesome for like a pretty crappy modifier.
Yep.
Okay, so the first attack is 7 bludgeoning. Second attack is 7 bludgeoning. Third attack is 5 bludgeoning, and last attack is 3 bludgeoning. So since you're still getting ready for the fight, you weren't really ready for their attacks. So most of their attacks hit you. Some of them kind of bounce off of your armor and the like, but like since you're not wearing like heavy, like a one sheath of metal, but it's still like it's chainmail, right?
Mhm.
A bludgeoning weapon does pretty good still against chainmail as they hit your armor and kind of bash you a little bit. The ones from behind, they really are a little bit in a bind at this point, and they too have some spears, but they have a limited amount of spears, right? So they start to throw their spears at you, Imli, Callista, and Welkin primarily, since you're from there. So let's say that's what? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9. Let's see. Okay, so nine attacks plus the 3 on the other side. All right, so 9. That's 12 attacks. Okay, let's go. So first 2 attacks go against Ulrich. 20 and a miss.
Okay.
For 4 points.
Shot in the back.
Second one, and again against Ulrich, but 2 more miss. So that's 4. Oh, that's 1 crit. That's against Imli. Imli, as you kind of turn around, you see one of their spears fly towards you. You duck down, but as you duck down, one hits you right in the back, dealing 9 points of damage as this hits off your back and breaks off from at your scales. 6, 8. It's another crit again against Imli. So two more come flying, and one more. As you kind of turned around, one more hits. This one hits you in the side for 6 points of damage. And the last ones go against Callista. Sorry. Callista, 1 for 16, 1 for 19.
Yeah, 19 hits. So that's
19
one.
hits. Okay, so one you just barely. You have a shield at this point, right? Okay,
A
barely
buckler.
deflect with your shield. The other one, however, you leave an opening with that, and it hits you in the chest for 3 points of damage. It's your balls!
You just rolled max damage on Aldai, didn't you?
I rolled max damage against you, and I don't roll 2 once against her, so yes. Imli.
Alright, she's pretty upset that she just got nailed by 2 spears, so she's gonna lob a fireball, I guess, at the ranged group to maximize number of being hit without hitting party.
Okay. So, which group? Like, from behind, they are attacking right now, attacking 8 people. 3 of the ranged guys and 5 in like a thorny kind of thing on the ground, right? And then they're attacking 9 guys from the front, 4 guys of the range still living, 5 in melee with your friends.
Alright, so I get a 20-foot spear, so
You can hit a complete group of the 4. And 4 groups, right?
I'll do the ones that aren't on the moss, I guess, because the moss will slow them down.
Okay, so from behind or from in front?
Which
You're in the
side?
middle. You can decide.
But which side is the side? Because he put the moss on one side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the opposite side of where the
So
moss.
the
is.
front. All right.
Yes,
So
the
the
front.
range group from the front. That's 4 people. Okay. Do your fireball.
Okay.
Oh, miss. I think I don't care what you roll. I think they're just dead.
It might roll. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, I failed every save. Okay, yeah. How you kill those 4 poor swords?
So I kind of, yell something really insulting and draconic, and fling a fireball at him, and it catches part of the bridge, a little bit of the bridge on fire. It scorches it. It doesn't destroy it, but they kind of flop over, smoldering, and it smells like barbecue.
All right, yeah. So 60 feet away, this whole fiery explosion, and when the explosion kind of dissipates, you just like see a few like dead lizard men folk there, like very much smoking and partly completely singed away. Anything else?
Well, there's no railing on this bridge, right? It's just like kind of like a dock more
No,
than around than.
there's stone railing, which isn't extremely huge, but there's stone railing to the left and to the right. This is a
I
stone
might
bridge.
try to crouch down beside a railing to get a little bit of cover. I know it's not going to be much, but I got hit a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good cover if they were taking from the sides of the bridge, however, they're not, right?
Yeah, but it might give me like what, a quarter cover or something pathetic like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop down, they have disadvantage on their ranged attacks,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's the
Yeah,
big thing.
I'm gonna crouch down to try to avoid the other range.
This will still force you to use half your action if you stand up again, but yeah, you can do that. Okay, Ulrich.
All right, Ulrich, as he's like getting mauled by the lizard creatures who charged him, he's muttering prayers, and his left hand is like forming prayer symbols over his sword. And then he takes his sword in both hands, and actually first he does this with his bonus action.
All right.
And then he takes his sword in both hands and just kind of yells out, "Foul beasts, allow me to clarify your mortality," and will attack the closest one.
All right. Yeah, you have 3 on you, right? So.
Yep.
One of them.
Yep.
Yeah, you hit him really good. So let me see if I do my shave. What is it? DC? What's the DC on the shave?
That is an excellent question. Sorry.
Is it just damage? No, it is. You can push me around, so I need to make my save. What's
13.
So it's 8 plus charisma modifier plus proficiency.
It's 13.
All right, and then I do make my save.
Okay. So you don't get pushed, but you still take the damage, I think?
Yeah, and I think it's even full damage. It's just the push effect. Yeah, it's just the push effect. Okay. Okay, that's enough. So he gets pushed away, all right, because you can kill him. So what do you want to do with him?
I think Ulrich just drives his sword straight through the creature's chest, the tip sticking out the back, and then he puts his boot on the guy's chest to pull it out, like kicking him back along the bridge. And
right.
I get 2 attacks, right? So I can can I
do.
split them up? Can I attack someone else?
Yeah, of course you can. As you do this, however, the magic imbued weapon happens, right? And this huge thundering
crash of thunder
happens, and which actually pushes the more or less spiked lizard off the blade and throws him 10 feet away.
Awesome.
All right.
And then he turns to whichever one is next to him.
Not enough though. Doesn't hit him.
All
So
right.
as like the lizard who was fighting you, one of the others who now attack, was seeing this, he's like a little bit smarter and ducks as you attack. All right. Anything else?
Can I, as like my move action, could I take my shield off my back and
sure.
begin to wield it?
Yeah, sure. All right. Randall.
Okay, so the one that I already injured.
Mm-hmm. Nah, it's not enough.
I swing my sword, and he misses, and after I miss, I come back with another slice, hitting him.
Yeah, and as you do so, you slice him, and you hit him again, and he was already bleeding, and this time you strike him down, and he goes down and falls over, now dead. So there are just 3 left in front of you, 2.
I'm done.
All right. Callista.
So how many are in front of me?
In front of you, none. When this kind of moss thorny thing appeared in front of you, and them specifically, they stopped and got their javelins out and threw their javelins. There are 3. There are 3 in front of your friends, and then they're basically 30 feet away, and a few more are dead now. So just the 5 behind you.
They're 30 feet away?
Yeah.
If my range is 30, do I have disadvantage?
If you're
Or-
no. Don't you even have sniper thing going on? I don't know.
No.
Okay. 30 feet. So I mean, you can move one step
Yeah, I
in
could
their
just take a
direction
step
and shoot.
closer.
Yeah. I mean,
All
yes,
right.
of course.
All right.
Again, we're not playing on the map because 30 feet. This is like a knee, right? So
Okay.
I just say 30 feet because this makes sense to say, not like about.
Yeah. All right. I'd start on the left and fire.
1-1-1, or what are you doing? Are you shooting at like until one is down?
Yeah. If that one dies, then I switch targets. But if not, I'm just gonna unload on him.
Okay, yeah, just the
And
first one
miss.
hits, however,
All right.
and it is not enough to kill him.
Ding. Yeah. After kind of like stepping forwards a bit, firing off 3 bolts, I'd back away slowly.
All right, and you kind of back away. You back away towards Imli, or you're still
Yeah,
standing?
yeah. Just
Alright.
kind of
Yeah.
bump up against
Yeah,
them.
no issues. Okay, Logan.
As Zimli backs away, Welkin, leaning on the bridge, kind of uses it as his left leg that's no longer moving.
Oh shoot!
Always
Sorry.
leaving work for me. And I
think
take him.
The rest of my like move action. Could I hand someone a thing like
What? Depends on what
a
you want.
potion? I just want to toss it to Welkin. Just hand it to him.
You can hand it to him. He is next to you. I'll say
Yeah,
yes. I'll say yes. I'll say you would have a potion on your belt or something. So yeah.
All right, I hand you just a regular healing potion.
All right. And grabs it, and says, "I'm not that bad." Just and he takes aim at the one that Khaleesi hit and tries to put it down.
Mhm. Mhm.
He goes down.
Mhm.
Okay, and shoots him in the arm. The Khaleesi shot him like in the gut. The next one
Okay.
goes for the arm, and he stumbles and he falls back, and you just hear, and he stops moving
All right, as he falls into the moss.
and gets promptly spiked.
Exactly.
His friend next to him. Let's not leave him hanging as well.
Mhm.
And he gets another one in the shoulder, but he probably takes it like a champ.
Yeah. He's still up.
Alright. And with that, I'll probably make sure the potion is safe. I take my shield and I put it in between my groin as I fall back on my knees.
All right.
My groin is safe!
All
Just
right.
my groin. Doesn't help at all, but my groin is safe.
So the ranged ones are now out of their javelins. However, the 4 that are still where Welkin is from behind coming in their thing, they have another javelin which they will throw now. So yeah. Okay. So the ones that are in front of you, the 3 that are left, they come up now. The 4 that are still behind you are gonna throw one more round of jabs. So you drop down, that will be then that. Okay. So, Welkin, you get the first laugh. Both of them, however, since you duck down in the moment when they throw their spears, they miss. Randall, in the back for 21.
Okay.
Okay. As you kind of fighting in front, one of the javelins comes flying from the ones that are behind you and hits you in the back for 4 points of damage. However, the ones that are in front of you, 60 feet, they don't. The others just get up. The 3 that are still left, trying to overwhelm you now. 1 for 20. Which one was it? Ulrich for 20 AC.
Ulrich, you're muted. You didn't speak if you tried to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
20.
20 hits, yes.
Okay. And another one for 18, which probably misses, right?
That misses you.
Okay, the one that hit, however, gets you good as you take 7 points of bludgeoning damage. The one that is against your friend misses, and the others just get up and they're trying to overwhelm you now. All right, Emily.
The ones that ran out of spears, they just stand in place, right? Or
No, they had that second round, and now they're out of spears.
no.
All right, so I've got. There's nobody behind us now, or did?
There's still 4 behind you, however, they just threw their second round of spears, which they have just 2 javelins, so they're just in their
Alright.
melee weapons right now.
I'm gonna fireball that group of 4 as long as it's not gonna hit a party member.
Alright, yeah, no. They're 30 feet away still, so.
Alright, so they're eating a fireball.
Alright. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to roll, but. No, fail. Save and fail. Yeah, okay, let's see which one did I make the save. Okay, now. Oh, he's still up! Woo! One is alive!
So yeah, the fireball like hits them all, and he's just standing there in the middle, like what the hell just happened with all
Yeah.
his buddies standing
Okay,
there dead around him.
So another one. Explosion this time again behind you, and as the explosion kind of subsides, you see like large parts of the moss that has been on the ground completely singed away. However, 3 of the 4 that were behind you completely dead, and the other one looks rough, like really rough, like a strangled dog, like Rolf. Not good. All right, anything else you want to do?
Nope.
All right, Ulrich.
Alright. So, how many are in front of me in melee now?
6.
Is it just... Okay, a lot more now. Alright, seeing the new ones advance, like as they're advancing, Ulrich kind of takes the hand that's holding his shield and presses it against his chest, where he has his amulet that's...
Tier, yeah.
Hanging out loose now.
Yeah,
He kind of lowers his head in between blows and says a quick prayer to Olm.
Mhm.
And going to cast that on
All right.
myself.
Alright, so for the rest of you, you see like an aura, kind of shining aura kind of emanating from him as the whole body kind of starts to gleam a little bit. Alright?
And again, because I don't really know the rules of fission, can I like press into the massive lizard men in front of me? Could I move into them without them all killing me? Provoking attacks of opportunity?
Attacks of opportunity is if you leave the melee range of a person. However, there's 6 guys in front of you. If you want to get in, like it's a 30 feet wide bridge, so there's a lot of space, right?
Sure.
So this is basically a line that there's start to flank you, right? That's what's happening basically. Like basically building like a, what is it called in English? I don't know. They're surrounding you, like half circle you. So you are already in the middle of them.
All right. Well, Ulrich's gonna like press. He's gonna step away from the party and press into them a little more with his movement.
All right.
Kind of,
Yeah.
letting out a yell, just a visceral battle cry.
Yeah.
And, and then he just starts and he's not swinging wildly. He's flowing through well-practiced attacks with his sword. At whichever one dares come within his reach.
Exactly. I mean, you're pretty a little bit stationary since one of your legs is a little bit limp, but you worked with this your whole life, so you know how to use your body, right? I mean, this is the thing. So yeah.
When he's fighting with a sword, it's almost like his leg doesn't hinder him at all.
Exactly. You used to do this, right? So yes, of course. First one missed, however. The second one, however, done.
Yeah,
Done.
I think he just takes a lizard guy's head off.
Yeah.
As he's coming back around.
So basically, what you did was the first one was a feint, and he brings up his shield to block the attack or deflect the attack. However, then as you feint, you bring your sword around now and just like slash deep into his neck, which then he falls down, basically bleeding out of his neck profusely. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. Good job. All right, Randall.
Alright, I still got 1 in front of me, right?
There you have 5 in front of you.
Oh, all within range? Alright.
Yeah, you're back to back, more or less, like back to back with with Ulrich, who just advanced a little bit, right? But yeah.
All right, so the one that's directly in front of me.
Mhm.
I will swing my sword, but he gets out of the way, and once again, I come back with a backhand and I slash him across his chest.
Yeah, and again, it's just not enough to just bring him down. However, not looking too fun. Doesn't look too happy about it. Got it. All right, Callista.
All right, so there's, what was it, 3 remaining at range?
One is behind you.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
There was
Take
just
aim at
this
that guy.
explosion, right?
yeah. And I fire a bolt at him to try and finish him off.
Right. Yeah. First bolt does it.
All right. With that, I turn around and step to the side a little so I can like shoot around Randall and Ulrich. And
Yeah. I mean, it's wide enough. No problem.
yeah. And I have 2 more shots on there.
Okay. Against whom of them?
I want to aim towards like the back of that crowd of 5 lizards.
All right.
So let's just say the far right.
All right. In that case, he lives.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Done. Done and done. Both hit. However, even though very mortally wounded, not mortally dead. Yet, at least. Perhaps in a few hours if you let him, but like he's still standing for an hour at least. Welcome.
Taking advantage of those bolts, Welkin lets go of the bow on the ground, takes his sword as he gets up. I'll try to skirt around, so while Ulrich is basically Randar are swinging their swords and dragging most of it, I go towards the side as well, where and I try to get the wounded one, and I'm gonna smack him out at the back of the head. I want to knock him out. I want to get some answers. See if I can.
I mean, there's not this one that you're facing is not wounded, but yeah, you can go at him.
Okay. 11 misses. So he parries up with his shield, but since I have a free hand, I grab his shield, try to knock it aside, and come for the backswing.
It's enough. It's not enough to kill him.
Oh, okay. Then I just bonk him on the head and he gets bleeding and give him a gash on the arm.
Yeah.
But I'm still in a duel with him.
Yeah, give him a concussion for sure, but he's still like standing, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now. Okay. Okay, so there are 5 left right now, and they're gonna book it. They're jumping off the bridge into the water. No, let me see. Yeah. Okay, so they disengage and then they jump off into the water itself. That's their turn. Emily.
So they jumped into the water.
Mm-hmm.
Fireballs don't work in water, do they?
Not so good, no. And they jumped into both sides of the water, right? It's not just like
So yeah,
all
they
the same.
split up.
There's only one way to find out about fireballs in
Well,
water.
I mean, I'm gonna take a pot shot at the most beat up one with for a magic missile.
Okay, as you go to the sides, the water is a little bit murky, so that makes it hard to see. You still see them, right? It's not like they vanish, but they're a little bit harder to see and they're underwater. Okay, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna hit it with a magic missile, the most beat up one, because if I can even sort of see it, it should hit.
Yeah. Okay, you bring your arm in front of you and shoot the thing in the water, and they kind of just get down, and like it's basically as you throw a big rock into the water, what happens, like splash, right? But the rock kind of just goes straight for his back and hits him, and like you see him stop moving, and then kind of start to kind of slowly swim or get towards the surface of the water itself. Dead. Done. Okay.
So I made a floater. Okay.
Yeah. Anything else you want to do?
Nope.
All right. Ulrich.
Ulrich will quickly sheath his sword, toss his shield onto the
to the ground. Yeah.
Oh yeah, onto the bridge, and rush over to the edge of the bridge. And as he's going, he'd lean down and pick up a javelin. I
Yes.
assume they're just lying everywhere.
Yes. Yes.
And as he's running, he would use his momentum, just hurl it at the first figure he saw in the water down below.
All right. Give me an attack action. They have like it's harder to hit them than usual, right? But yeah.
Right.
It's not enough.
Yep. And then that's it.
All right.
Just stand there and watch him go, cursing.
You throw it into the water. However, due to the water, like it slowly loses momentum, right? And just like doesn't reach him in time as they are devilishly quick underwater.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Sir Silverhands.
Do I see? Looking over, can I see any of them?
Yeah, sure. They're it's getting harder to see them by the second, right? But right now they just jump into the water and they're diving away.
Okay. Can I make out that one that I hit before they jumped?
Give me a perception check. Nope.
That's okay, because you got rid of my shitty roll. All right. Whichever one is closest still, he pulls a dagger out from his belt and flings it at him.
Okay. Daggers are largely smaller, right? So it's a lot harder to hit them, which in this case doesn't hit him.
Wow. Okay.
It's a 7, man. It's not enough. Like the kinetic energy basically just dissipates as soon as it hits the water, right? I mean, it's. You thought you aimed true, but like the deflection of the water, not enough. All right. Anything else you want to do?
Nope.
All right. Kalista.
I run over to the side of the bridge that's like on the downstream side.
Sure.
And see if I can spot any of them and fire at.
Yeah. You count 5. Count 5 in water. However, one is not moving.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try out one of the other 4.
Alright. Again, underwater, a little bit harder to hit. Okay, first one hits, second one doesn't, third one. Yeah, okay, does. So the first one, let's see who you attacked.
Whichever one looked wounded, if I could tell.
They wounded them mostly in the front, and right now you see their back, and they look all the same, right? So it's hard.
Yeah.
But the first one is enough. You kill the first one, no problem whatsoever. The second one, however, that's actually the only one who wasn't wounded yet. So yeah.
So there's 2 dead. So there's 3 remaining.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna action surge and fire some more.
Okay, so this barrage of.
Yeah, just all the bolts all the time.
Yeah. So basically, what you guys are seeing, like she has like a small shield on her forearm, and the crossbow in that hand, small crossbow, right? And with the other one, she's just like lightning reloading and like shooting. Okay, go ahead.
I think I get 2 more attacks.
Yeah.
Actually, would I have time to pull out my heavy crossbow?
No.
Or
no.
No. All right. No. 2 more attacks. It's high noon.
You guys. Okay, the first one hit the second one, which is that one now. Wait, yeah, 8 points is enough. Yeah. Okay, so one more dead, and the third one, however, with TC, yeah, not enough.
Damn it.
Not enough. So 2 left.
Right.
Both leave a stream of blood at this point. Since they're now a little bit longer under the surface. Okay, welcome.
The bastard that I was fighting, is he dead already?
Okay, one thing, Jen, though. It's high noon. Okay, now.
The bastard I was fighting, is he dead already? Or was he one of the lucky 2?
Sorry,
the bastard I was fighting, was he one of the lucky 2?
You don't know. You ask his name?
No, I did not. Well, whatever. Sheath me blade, go to one of the corpses, grab one of their javelins, aim at one of their backs, And throw. How
All
bad
right.
could it go?
Yeah.
I'll just use a modified dagger roll.
Yeah. No.
Oh well. I tried.
Yeah, so it just the same thing that basically happened to Ulrich happens to you as well, right?
Mhm.
It's really hard to hit them. Okay, at this point they swim away into freedom, like Free Willy.
How far away?
They are now like 90 feet away in murky water.
Okay, but I have a
So-
weapon that has 100 feet of range.
Yeah, but can you see them still?
Oh, fuck.
Blind fire!
90 feet into murky water, it's not super easy, right? But you can certainly try.
Okay.
Emily, is there anything you want to do? You can do?
No. I mean, I'd
All
start
right.
poking through corpses.
Anybody else wants to do anything?
No.
Not fighting now.
All right, then.
Everyone alright? Too bad we couldn't get one of them.
I'm not
Two of
sure.
them escaped, right?
I'm not sure we'd be able to question those creatures.
Strikes.
I look
worth
at
a
Emily.
shot.
I probably could have spoken to them. They
Oh.
typically speak Draconic.
Ulrich just looks at Emily for a second and says, "It was wise to not get in front of me in that fight."
It was nice for you not to get in front of her.
I
Yes.
think my kill count was a little higher than yours, and she's like, gonna smirks a little.
You never get in front of them, it's just throwing fireballs. Come on.
Stand in front of a bazooka.
I mean, I don't really have to center my fireball so it doesn't hit you. Just remember that.
I collect my bolts.
Yeah,
I clutch my balls.
yeah.
You're gonna be able to walk.
I'll find my arrows, and
behind me.
as he says that, he takes one of his things, and he...
Yeah. So
That's-
Callista, 5 of your bolts are gone, right? I mean,
Yeah, into the
they're
river.
in the water. They're gone. The other ones you can get back.
what of my arrows?
I'd say 2 of them are blown away by a fireball.
Yes.
So they're gone, but the other, yeah.
Okay.
They ignite pretty much anything ignitable. That's
Yeah,
not
like
carry.
wooden shafts do not so good against fireballs, I fear.
Yeah, I'll just do a bit of mending on any.
Any
Broken.
yeah, no, that's not a trouble, but just like there needs to be something left.
Unfortunately, I don't think it'll work on Welkin's grind.
You know, what depends on what you mean by mending, but yeah.
Oh, my.
Are there? I imagine there's some javelins you could pick up.
There's some?
Some javelins that.
Yeah,
Ulrich
like,
could-
Cutting in the...
all the javelins, right? I mean, yeah.
Alright,
It's a
Ulrich's gonna.
javelin buffet.
It's
Or-
like 30 javelins or so like were thrown at you. I mean, some dropped into the water and stuff, right? But I mean, how much do we want to have, right? Yeah.
Ulrich would like to take 5
Sure.
and add them to his already existing javelin bundle.
Yeah, sure. Take all the javelins. Got it. Alright, anything else you want to do here? Or is this basically it?
Ulrich will walk over to Welkin and just say, "How you holding up, kid? That looked like a pretty rough blow."
I'll be alright. He's like stuffed his mouth with candy. That one in the balls got me real bad, though.
Now
Randall's walking by him
singular.
and
It's just not fair.
Now it's a ball, not balls.
Randall walks by and just goes, "I hope you weren't planning on having kids," and just keeps walking.
I'll take Callista's ruby and replace my last jewel.
Family jewels, right? Oh, funny.
Why am I crying? Why do you hate me? Oh my god. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It certainly doesn't look top shape, but he's holding somewhat. Not the worst you've seen.
All right. I guess that's it for today.
Can't believe I got critted in the balls again.
Again?
Time.
Yeah, I remember when
Valgrim got like
Valgrim.
Falcon punched.
You
yeah,
get
you got-
disadvantage and you critted me in the balls with disadvantage.
Yeah, like kicked in the balls. Well, that was good. Ah, yeah. I remember that. Good times.
That's a low headshot.
All right. Yeah. So that's today's session. That was fun.
Oh yes. Alright.
Okay. As usual, favorite moments. Let's start with Dave. What was your favorite moment of?
The whole thing in the castle after the not castle, but the
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 estate?
manor,
Yeah.
the estate, after that necromantic blast, and then just the whole scene, the whole entire thing, retreating with her, Callista getting jumped by the gods, not seeing that, I don't know how.
That was coming. Like I was like the lonely elf.
You
elf.
made it perfectly clear like 3 times. They're coming towards you. Guys, he's over there! Boom!
Yeah.
So that whole scenario, the whole thing was good.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Emmy.
Callista spending the night in the alley and getting her gold stolen at the, because she was too good to stay at the fluffy bed inn.
They wouldn't let me in.
Well, you were too good to stick with the party.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she gets some information out of it, right? So I mean, there's that. All right. Luz.
Probably will go with the castle as well. Oh, I did not see a dragon, guys. Okay, let's find this priest. Oh, let's get arrested. It's all fun times there around.
They don't like you get fucked. Like no one believes you.
Basically.
I mean, it isn't even that they hate you, right? It's just like
Yeah, that's the whole fun part. Otherwise, it'd be just sad. Otherwise, it'd be just Callista, right? That's Callista's job.
yeah, I guess. Yeah. Nathan.
Yeah, I really liked in the manner the actual attack itself, the necromantic blasts. Like when you started saying that, and as you were going, it took me personally like a couple minutes to process what was actually happening, and I like to think that Ulrich was doing the same thing, just kind of sitting there as this giant explosion's going off, going, "What the hell's going on here?" So that was really good.
Yeah.
Because just personally, I was like, "Wait, what? We're under attack? Oh no!"
Yeah,
That
and
was
that
good.
was
I like
what I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? That's what I did because if anybody of you said anything, Callista said she jumped up, which was the reason she didn't get a hit, right? That's the only reason why she didn't get a hit. So
Yep.
yeah,
No,
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
that. That was good.
exactly. Yeah, it's poor old Jen. Or poor
Yeah.
Callista. Jen is not poor and old, right? Yeah, like,
Yeah, that whole attack, when he started counting down, there had been already like I don't know what it was, but the clues that like something's not right. Like-
Thunderous voice.
Even before that, there was like arguments, and then this sort of feeling of unease, and then the countdown, and I was like,
that was just you, by the way.
oh, really?
I just whispered that to you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but that's interesting. And then,
That's something the others didn't like.
huh,
Player-wise, right? Characters as well. The other characters, like you're the only one that whispered that. That's why I whispered it. But,
yeah, yeah, but that was cool. Ominous countdowns.
yeah, I do that kind of thing. It's nice. Yeah.
So now I know I can talk over the GM when he's
Yeah.
counting down because I was trying
should.
to I don't know if I'm supposed
I-
to say something.
Yeah, that fucked me up too. I shut my mouth waiting for you to finish talking because I had no idea what you were counting for.
the numbers were getting lower.
I always say, if I tell you something, you can, whatever, when you want to do something, interrupt me, right? I mean, specifically in that case. But yeah.
I got wind of the situation, I just didn't know what was going on. So I didn't know if jumping would help, right?
And that's the point of it, right? I mean,
I don't think Emily would have noticed anyway.
yeah.
So it doesn't matter. But like I said, I was like,
Oh, that whole discussion where all the merchants were there was very like Council of Elrond-esque.
You must destroy. Why don't do it now?
I will take the right.
You have my axe. Yeah. So,
And my heavy crossbow.
The only thing is, I'm saying this one does not simply what, destroy the Evermores or what? Or not simply solve any problem. Yeah. Well, my favorite moment was the crit to the groin.
I knew it! I knew it!
But like character-wise, my favorite moment was like everybody having the blast of their life, basically to totally nice thing, and Callista's just there. And I pictured like rain. There wasn't really rain, right? I pictured like rain.
David Tennant in the rain.
Like oh, shit, Dave. Everybody is hateful towards me. No one likes me. Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, and like I really, really appreciate the inter-party like things that going on with the class and the racial racism, right? So I don't know, is it classism, class wars, whatever? I don't know what it's supposed to be, right? But I really appreciate that because that just makes it so much more tangible, right? I mean, you still can grow together as a group, as you know, you get yourself to know each other, right? But you're right now, you're still a little bit of strangers. So I really, really appreciate that. It's really, really cool. Yeah, that's today's session.
So,